Crazy.
Asshole mio, oh sada mia.
Lighten up, Francis.
Do you find it hard to hide the fact that you're gay? What are you talking about? What? Look.
Yeah, we're going to have a pretty good show, I think. We'll see how long it lasts. My apologies for the delays. Shortly, hopefully in a minute, we'll have Patriotic Christian joining us as well. He's bombarded with a bunch of samples that he wants to share. So we'll see how it goes. Definitely, there's no end to discussing this topic, unfortunately. So today we're going to do things a little differently. Usually, if we invite guests to come up, we'll do that at the end. But today we're going to invite guests to come up anytime they want to talk about anything they want, of course, on the topic. And we're here to listen and have a dialogue. We're not here to attack, but we do want to have an honest, open, and sincere dialogue with folks, regardless of how you feel about the topic. And the topic for this month, of course, is, from a Judeo-Christian perspective, definitively sodomy. Let me speak on that for a minute. Sodomy. Okay. All right. So, I could go on and on about this topic, but let me just say that, sodomy actually definitively means, unnatural sexual acts. And that can be, it doesn't necessarily have to be homosexuals or bisexuals or trisexuals or unisexuals or what have you. It could be heterosexuals as well. Heterosexuals can engage in bestiality, for example. They can engage in, oral sex and anal sex. That too is sodomy. There is a movie that covers that, or illustrates that very well. In fact, arguably too well. but I will not name that movie because that movie is actually pretty vile. If anything, it talks about Judaism and its focus is on how horrendous Judaism is. So, yeah. But regardless, it did a good job illustrating that little fact. All right. At any rate, I'm going to go ahead and share a little clip from a movie that at first might not seem related, but it demonstrates very well the essence of what we are talking about today. Just bear with me on this one. Just hear me out, or hear this out, I should say.
Is the most outrageous spectacle I have ever witnessed. Look at yourself.
I understand that I must be shocking to you. However, I must also point out that I have an allergy to the sun, and that's why I put this medication on.
Look at these people. Look at him.
Oh, you'll like it.
I like it. Little Jimi Hendrix. Oh, wait.
Okay. Yeah. So, what do you say there? Okay. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. This whole pronoun thing, changing one's physical identity, even children forced to do so. Yeah, well, at least coerced. Definitely coerced at the very least. In fact, parents are forced to accept, in some states at least, or in some other countries as well, outside of the U.S., parents are forced now to choose what school officials want their children to do. In other words, if their child wants to change genders, their parents will have to accept that. And if not, then they could get penalized by law and even have their children taken away from them. I have, in fact, a relative that wanted to work for child protection, which now is becoming basically a facility program for putting children in the system, something that's the last resort. So the last thing you want to do is have your child be put in a system. It's like prison, essentially. Yeah, it can be a solution, but do you really want your child to be in, or anyone, child, but yeah, do you really want anyone to be in prison? You know, the argument is that you go into prison and you come out feeling worse. Well, being in the system, as I say, being in an orphanage, well, some orphanages, regardless, yeah, those places can be pretty toxic. You know, of course, it goes along with the adage of show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. But it also goes along with the idea that there's people there, including the administrators. I mean, if we're going to be real, there's that too, who don't have people's best interests in mind. Yeah, so let me just share with you, and in case you didn't catch the thumbnail, yeah, let me share with you this. Yeah, let me share with you the thumbnail. Let's start there. I mean, we could go all on and on and on. Those of us that are in these circles, the polemics of circles, the apologist circles, or at least we should be familiar with the idea of bachi-bazi. We'll get into the other, what do they call it? Child friendly these days. I mean, some kind of crazy label. But yeah, I mean, this is actually part, especially from what I understand, Pakistan. Yeah, but in general, there's no age limit to marriage, as they say. And well, is it surprise then that certain groups in the quote unquote West, quote unquote, show solidarity with Islam? We have things like this going on. And this is from a few years ago, a Pride March in San Francisco before the poop hit the fan, so to speak. You know, you would see this kind of behavior already. But now it's being celebrated. Government agencies are not only being active and not only allowing, but not only being active, but they're actually forcing this on children and on families. Like I said, again, not only in the public school systems, but public libraries where they're having these, these pedophiles, these sexual deviants, read, well, let's call it child porn or soft porn, soft child porn, however you want to label it, to children. It's beyond me why nobody's getting arrested. I mean, not only the person reading these stories, but the administrators facilitating it, government agencies allowing it need to be, let's say, removed from office and held accountable legally to the full extent of the law. Thankfully, there are parents that have been fighting this for some years now, for a couple of years. I too have worked in the public school system, and found some material that was extremely questionable. I wish I had images to show that, but you know, you can go online, you can find stuff like that, and you can see for yourself the kinds of images and ideas and concepts these children are being exposed to, bombarded with. You know, and they're doing this for the sake of what? Progress? Well, what kind of progress is that? Open-mindedness to what? That logo that you see in the top right corner is not pro these things. It's actually something I put together years ago. Kind of exploiting and showing how all these anti-Christian organizations and concepts are really serving the same purpose. And now we see that, especially after the lockdown, how true that is. Disney publicly declaring their role in it. A movie that we did a review on some time ago, called Turning Red. I don't know if you've ever seen that piece. I don't encourage it, but it just so happens that movie came out before Disney publicly declared its intentions with regards to this whole rainbow cult stuff going on. And it's just vile. So I encourage you to watch that stream if you haven't already, my review with Amir on Turning Red. So this is Disney outright saying that Disney-owned Marvel Studios, Marvel, says don't groom kids laws infringe on basic human rights of the alphabet cult. Okay. What rights again? So pedophilia is now a right, according to these orgs. And according to, unfortunately, communist pagan socialist media platforms that censor us. You know, we have to multi-stream, we have to self-police, just like the book, Eric Blair's book, 1984, suggests. George Orwell, pen name. So that is quite telling. Also, yeah, like I said, when you infringe on the home, I mean, that's a special kind of fascism, isn't it, folks? I mean, I can't speak for Russia. I was not raised in Russia during, you know, its heyday, its peak of communism, or its start of it, the Bolshevik Revolution. But I would imagine, and I could be wrong, if anyone out there knows, correct me if I'm wrong, but I could imagine that even there, you felt safe in your own home and you only had castle. But America and other nations have been infringing upon that. Now, Muslims will do their bravado and say, oh, look at the West, it's so corrupt, it's so corrupt. But Islam explicitly actually does that, has been doing that for centuries. Again, we brought up the picture of Bachabazi. But yeah, I mean, the very creator of Islam, Muhammad, he married a 6-year-old. Okay, Aisha. He married a 6-year-old. This is a fact. If you look it up, it's in the Hadiths. This young girl at an early age. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. It's just so crazy. At an early age, became basically the mother of Islam, right? So, of course, Christianity has the Theotokos, and they're going to pervert and corrupt what is sacred and holy, what's truly sacred and holy, by calling her that. And, yes, she was a victim, absolutely. A victim starting with her mother, who, according to one hadith, fed her cucumbers to prepare her for marriage at the age of 6. The understanding of that is that was to fatten her up. But I don't know if feeding someone cucumbers is good food to fatten them up. So you gotta wonder about the mindset there. And where does all this come from? Like, there's a coalition, anti-Christian coalition here, obviously, and in essence is doing the very thing that Christ says don't do, speaks against. Yeah, I'm definitely being shadow banned here, because usually by now I get at least some subscribers watching me. Right now on YouBoob, I'm seeing 0, and I've been on for over 15 minutes. So there's something up. Usually Patriot Christian or somebody joins me, and they will bring their own subscribers. But to have 0 on YouTube, 15 minutes in, is, I don't know what to say it. It's quite suspect. We've had, Patriot Christian has been complaining about how he's had his comments deleted, thousands of them in one stream, repeatedly now. I too, just this stream that we did earlier with Syrian Seeker, have had my comments also deleted. They were unavailable at least for a while. Let me check now to see what's going on with that. But that's very strange, is it not? So what's going on here? Where's everyone at? Why are my comments as well being deleted? Yeah, let me see on YouTube. Okay, no, it's still going on. So there must be some kind of ghosting here. They will do that. I had to deal with that for a couple of years, still deal with that. I go to certain places in my comments. It appears that they're there, but the comments, they just disappear. Once I hit refresh, they're gone. So they have it set up in a way where it actually fools you. You think you're communicating with people, but you're not. Okay. So yeah, I see Syrian Seeker is going to be joining us here in a minute. He's got his tech ready to go. But yeah, this is very strange to say the least, folks. Okay, so yeah. Anyways, I want to see what's going on with YouTube. I want to see anything. Let me check that last video to see if the comments came back. Nope, the comments are still gone. Yeah. There's something very, very strange, something very, very commie with YouTube going on. All right, so yeah, Patriot Christian will be giving me a thumbs up whenever he's ready. I'll pull him up. But while we're waiting on that, let me go ahead and share this with you guys. So yeah, it doesn't get more explicit than this. Yeah. And people still deny this stuff. It's like dealing with Muslims. It's insane, right? It's very clear. This is Yahoo News, arguably vetted, at least by their standards. Disney executive producer admits to gay agenda, adding queerness wherever she could. Okay, so now that's like passe at this point. We're a couple of years into this nonsense, and these public announcements. See, March 30th, 2022. Now look up where Turning Red was released. The movie Turning Red. This is a movie promoting paganism and promoting pedophilia. And again, please check into the stream that I did into it that has a breakdown. And this is another one, by the way. I was doing a short on this for YouTube, and YouTube was giving all kinds of help, just basically without allowing me to turn it in. So I basically gave them the absolute minimum and redirected traffic to Rumble because of it. But yeah, Turning Red 2022. But trust me, I'm a teacher, and all my children were watching Turning Red, and this came out before this public announcement. All right. Yeah, let's now take a look at. So we saw Marvel. We saw the San Francisco Gay Parade. We're seeing Disney explicitly saying this. Now let's take a look at why I was kicked off of Fascist Book a half a year before the Donald, quote unquote Trump, was kicked off of whatchamacallit, Twitter. Okay, here we go. And this is just me sharing someone else's link. Yeah. It wasn't even mine. Okay, you ready? I take it you're ready. Here we go. Or maybe not. Okay. Yeah, so I shared someone else's link. That person was still there, but I was completely banned, and they didn't even follow their own procedures to ban me. What is that about? Okay. All right, let's bring you up. Okay, without further ado, one of my favorite people online.
You scumbag, you maggot, you cheap, lousy. Oh, hello.
Hey, hello. What an entrance.
Happy Pride. Hey.
Oh God, I'm gonna have nightmares, man. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Nico.
Oh, please stop, please don't. It's bad enough I got to endure it when I'm doing research on movies.
Wanna come for dinner?
Mr. Brains.
Faggot.
Wow. Oh no.
Oh dear. I even got silly string.
Baggots rhymes with.
No, they are. Yeah, they're real.
Kid gravy.
Yay!
Well, you're definitely in the spirit. That's good to see. I think I bored my audience to sleep. I'm glad to see you.
Well, I just we're celebrating this month, and we can't do it without eating favorite sweets. Skittles, taste the rainbow.
Oh boy.
I must apologize for being late. I had to have an enema before I come on.
Oh yeah, just to be in the right frame of things. God.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh dear. So, what you been saying without me?
Just basically, yeah, just showed him a couple of pictures. Disney publicly declaring that they're going to groom our children. Marvel, yeah, Marvel doing the same, which is owned by Disney. Disney owns a lot.
Nothing new there.
Yeah, a politician kissing a little black girl, and my getting banned off of Fascist Book for agreeing with someone else, and on top of that, sharing yet someone else's post. They were okay. I got banned in a way that I couldn't even get logged back on. They even asked me to do face recognition like an idiot. I complied, and they still would have let me back on. So now it's a half a year before the Trump got kicked off with Twitter.
So much for freedom of speech, eh?
Yeah, amen. And back then it was still a public utility. So it was illegal on every level. Illegal on every level. Yeah, so yeah, man, again, the examples of this unfortunately go on and on, but what I was saying earlier, what really kills me is how that
was a nasty entrance.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah,
guys, if you missed it, go back to the start where I joined the conversation. I had a very good introduction
about 2 to 3 minutes ago. Yeah, please do. The other start 15 minutes ago was just me going on about governments grooming, forcing parents to allow their children to be mutilated physically, to change genders, and then if they complain
Which
about
they
it,
later regret.
yeah, I mean, thank God some people are coming out, and somehow that's coming. I mean, it's just mind blowing. I mean, in our lifetime, at least in my lifetime, I never thought I would see this. You're a bit younger than me, so maybe you expected this. I don't know, but
Well, do you know what the problem is, Nico? Right? There's two sides of this. I think three actually. Now, you had the old traditional homosexuality, which was where a man or a woman desired another man or another woman because they were men or women. So, like you had like Douglas Murray, like for example, he's like a good example of what your old traditional gay or homosexual man would look like. Not like what you had with Paul O'Grady and all the fakery, the voice change, the mincing, the all that jazz. It's all put on for a display, and it's they say it's not, and it clearly is. There's a lad that I went to school with who used to hang around with a big gang. He was known for using knives and stuff like that. He was a bully, a very big bully. And this one day I went for a job interview, but it was like a group job interview. So they had loads of people there. So we already got given the job, but it was like an induction type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you got interviewed after. It was a weird process, but this was with a hotel company called Travelodge here in the UK. And lo and behold, that lad that I went to school with was there. And I said, "Hello, Tom. How are you? I haven't seen you for a while." And I'll never forget this. Never forget this in my life. When he turned around and looked at me and went, "Oh, hey." What? You never sounded like that. What's gone on? And then you think, why is he doing that? He never grew up with that voice. I remember him bullying kids. Like I remember him, like literally a few years before, and all this, and then he was mincing, and then he was twerking. Oh, like when I had to work, it was something else. I left my job because of it. It was because he kept trying to flirt with me, and it was that's what I mean. You got all that. You got that type of gay now, where you've got all this mince and this la-di-da. I mean, you look on, I don't know, our TV is covered with it. It's rammed down your throat. They represent a minority of the population, not just here in the UK, but in every other country, especially in the East. And they represent a very small minority of the population. Yet, they ram it down your throat on adverts, programs, films, music, you name it. You are forced to like it. And if you don't, you get silenced, cancelled, you get labeled, you could get sacked, and this is the problem. And now you've got the introduction now of the hate speech, hate crime. You can end up getting locked up for, there was an incident with this teacher here in the UK. He didn't want to call one of the students. He was a Christian teacher. He didn't want to recognize one of his students by their pronouns, their chosen pronouns. And a day later, the child changed their pronouns. So he accepted it first. He didn't want to, but he accepted it. And he did it just for them, just to shut them up. Because he had enough. Well, of course, he didn't want to lose his job. So he did. Like, he gave in, and then he just did it. But then the next day, the child changed the pronouns again. So he thought, you know what? I gave you a chance. Now you're clearly just trying to wind me up. I'm a Christian. You know what's going on. Your parents must have told you. This kid must have been clearly trying to test him. This was in a secondary school, and then lo and behold, the teacher got sacked, and he took it to court, and he lost his case in court. So there we go. And it's not just in society now. We've now got it in Christianity, where you got pockets now of churches that have gay pastors, lesbian pastors, so on and so forth, trans pastors. Now, like I said, there's a difference. I haven't got a problem if you are gay or a lesbian or bisexual. Absolutely fine, right? What happens behind your front door and in your bedroom stays there. Okay, it's the same as me. I don't go out telling everyone that they should be straight, right? And I don't go talking about my sexual life or whatever. But the moment it goes out and it comes onto the streets, and then you're told that you have to accept someone else's preferences, and if you don't, then there's consequences for that. That's when there's a problem. When you have it in schools and teaching children and brainwashing them to think that they also need to be part of this, being taught certain things that you wouldn't dream of, masturbation. Let's not go too much into it because it does rattle my cage. But that's also another line crossed. Then we're looking at employment, where you have to do courses and classes. And the worst thing here about our National Health Service, there are people here in the NHS, which is our healthcare system that we have here in the UK, that are paid up to £120,000 a year to teach diversity and equality lessons to staff at the hospitals. Now, it goes without saying, you should be polite and respectful to anyone that you meet. That's just a normal way of communicating with other people, right? You shouldn't be offensive. It's just, you just don't do it. You keep your opinions to yourself. However, if someone brings up a discussion and then you are asked for your opinion, you give it, and then they don't like it, that's where another line is drawn, where you could potentially lose your job. We've also got factors of people at jobs now where they have no choice. It's a legal requirement. Write down their pronouns, what they want to be called, he and him, or she and her, or they, them, or z and zing. All this nonsense. So we got this pronouns, and we got kids going in school identifying as dinosaurs, the moon, rockets, you name it. It's barbaric.
Yeah.
So it's gone from one extreme to another. I mean, have you ever heard that saying, Nico? Give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Absolutely.
It's that's what we're seeing here. That back in the, I'd say, 80s, 90s, homosexuality wasn't really accepted wholly. It was partly accepted by some, but it was nothing like the homosexuality you see now. But when people lightened up a bit and they gave into it when the new millennium started, people were saying, okay, you know what, it's okay. And people started coming out, and celebrities started doing it. It was actually a fashion statement. You had people coming out deliberately. Then all of a sudden there was this new LGBT.
Right.
And then there was the Q added on, then the plus added on. And then you got LGBTQ plus MAPS, which is minor attracted persons.
Oh, Lord.
So we've gone from gay and lesbian and bisexual, where a man likes another man because he's got muscles. He sounds masculine. He's masculine. That's why he likes him. They didn't really say much outside. He loved to have intercourse with another man. It stayed as that. It was quiet.
Great.
That's fine.
That's not
right. But to me, if you're not, talking about it, pinching my backside to try and flirt with me and stuff like that, I'm not really bothered what you do in your spare time or behind closed doors.
Right, but that's why, forgive me for jumping in, but that's why I jumped on it. That's fine. Unfortunately, that mindset, and from mindset it becomes attitude, and then it becomes behavior. That's what we've been thinking and conditioned to think for decades now. Oh, it's fine. You do you. That more recently has become you do you. And that's what has empowered, not only allowed, but empowered, let's call them what they are, the Baphomet lovers, to do what they're doing these days, right? So that's what I'm saying. You know what? It's not fine, actually. You have a problem. I feel sorry for you. Let's talk about it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There is that. But I'm personally okay with people doing what they want to do. That's fine. As long as, you know, there's none of this fakery stuff. I'm not going to be forced to like something I don't want to. It's not going to happen. And the main problem that I do have with the whole of this alphabet community is how it affects children. You got puberty blockers, operations. Now there's people on the waiting list for life-saving treatments that need heart transplants or any organ transplant and cancer treatments. Yet we're also spending huge amounts of money, like billions. Well, not possibly nearly billions, on this actual community. Be it where you're teaching that it's okay, or you're actually physically operating on teenagers, or giving them medication to stop them from, you know, going through their natural cycle of what their body, their DNA is set to do.
Right.
It's perverse, and it's actually the definition of perverse, which I sent you. Which I think, can we bring that up? Because
Sure.
I get quite a lot of stick because I call them all perverts.
You get a lot of what?
I get quite a lot of stick because I call them perverts.
Stick? Yeah, it's not. I'm
Like
not.
abuse, or like I get quite a lot of let's say people ain't happy about it. So I say, well, they are perverts, and the way that I see it is like anything that perverses nature is a pervert. Okay, this is the opposite of nature, isn't it? Like what happens naturally.
Right. So yeah, let me just let me just point out that that's the problem. Another thing that's among all these other things, the list goes on of the implications, including people's inability to cope with reality, is now being made worse. Right. This whole trigger thing is not only a plague, but it's something that's being used and weaponized as a toy, as something you should be doing it for a laugh. It's quite sinister, and it's destructive both for all of society, but for the person who's doing it too.
There you go. Do you want to read that? The top one?
Distort or corrupt the original course, meaning, or state of something. He was charged with conspiring to pervert the course of justice. Leads some away from what is considered natural or acceptable. A person whose sexual behavior is regarded as abnormal or unacceptable. Those are all three definitions.
So all three definitions, does that not tie in with what we see here with the alphabet community people?
Say the least.
I mean, if you're telling a child that leading them astray, if a child doesn't know absolutely anything about sexual intercourse or anything to do with relationships, adult relationships, marriage, stuff like that, because children are innocent, right? Yet you go and tell them, right, hey, I've got a lesson for you, the birds and the bees, and let's talk about it. The bees can be with the bees, the birds can be with the birds, and guess what? It's okay to be a butterfly. You know, this is what we're talking about. And I sent you a video. If I just
I thought you were going to ask me. Let's stay on point here. Dictionary definition of perverse. Well, you could say is similar, but different form. But let's read it since you sent it to me. Showing a deliberate and obstinate desire to behave in a way that is unreasonable or unacceptable, contrary to the accepted or expected standard or practice. I mean, no matter how you slice it, right? But let me just point out that, yeah, I mean, the children, I mean, again, Christ puts them, he uses them as the example to follow. He warns something we quote regularly. If you dare even harm a hair on their head, it's better to tie a huge stone around your neck and jump into the middle of the ocean, right? So, and I mean, he goes on and on. Be like a child, be like one of these. So, it is no coincidence that all these anti-Christian, these diabolically onerous entities, groups, or organizations, all target children and want to defile them in every possible way. And at the end of it, there's murder. But you kill a spirit too, man. I mean, the Bible says, don't concern yourself so much with those who can destroy the body, but those who can corrupt the soul, take away from God. A child, at the very beginning of their life, you destroy that soul, man. Lord have mercy.
Kyrie eleison.
Yes.
Yeah. So that the title is Mummy Mummy, that one. I just wanted
the video?
I just wanted to make a point out of this because this is the curriculum that was set out. I think it was 3, maybe 6 years
It's the
ago.
ones, it's the shorts that you did.
Yeah, no, if you go down, it says Mommy Mommy, and it's got the drag queen. I don't want to be a, and then there's a rainbow.
All right. Let's try this one. Hopefully it's the right one.
Yeah. I commented above saying the new sick curriculum.
I've got them lined up one after the other, all the shorts. So, let's just do it that way. Is that cool?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right. Let's start with this one.
Oh, so yeah, this is when I'm. I was watching this live.
Yeah.
This was nuts.
Every time I hit refresh, the volume goes up.
Yeah, but you
Let's try
like.
that. No, it's not letting me. Yes. Look at this.
Yeah.
Mostly.
Yeah, but you like.
Why? Is there? And there's no rewind for this. There's no rewind for this. The shorts are horrendous. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going off on a tangent here because this is so stupid. You spend this much money on programming things to communicate with others, and you make it more inhibiting. How am I can't rewind. I can't do the volume. They're messing with my ability to share. Everyone claims that internet is the greatest thing. How you can interact with people better. Absolute bullshit. They've converted us into guppies, into limited memories, with stupid language, and you can't even do things properly without censorship. You can't even be real or honest without getting banned, unless you're a psycho that likes to pervert children. All right, off a soapbox. I'm not going to hit refresh. My apologies. We just have to catch it from the middle.
You both.
If I transition?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know that in Gaza, if you would step your foot, they will kill you for what you are.
Because I'm trans?
Yeah.
Now hear me out. Let's not start with this argument because the people there, like trans people and gay people right now in Gaza, that's their least of their problems. They're being bombed. Whether they are trans or not, like
I don't think there is much trans in Gaza, by the way. If they're killing.
There is.
Listen, they're killing LGBT people there. If they have like and maybe they are LGBT, they will kill them. If they are if they are thinking about being, they will kill them.
Oh, calm down, because we.
But I calm down. Are you trans?
What the hell just happened?
What
the hell was that at the end?
He remixes it when they're he's quite witty. That guy, he's in Israel. He's so funny. He tries educating people on what's going on between the current conflict out there. But he was on that Omegle, so that you get random strangers come on and you talk to him. So he was on there, and that transformer thing was sat there, and she come on or he come on or whatever it is, and he was like, "What the?" And then she's talking, and he goes, "What's your name?" And she goes, my name is Mother." And he's
Oh
like,
my.
"What?"
Okay, this is the video. I think let's play. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, that
My
is.
name is
As
the,
goat?
the cream mother.
The what? Mother? The what?
The mother.
The
Of the house.
mother! Oh! The mother!
Call me mother.
The mother! Oh! The mother! Oh! The mother! Oh! The mother! Oh! The mother!
Anyways, free Palestine.
Let's go!
Free
Let's go!
Palestine.
Free
A few moments
Oh.
later.
Yo, אני פה זורם, אני לא...
And she comes up again.
Yo! Why did you pass me?
I'm just like not feeling safe.
You don't feel safe?
Because you're from Israel.
Ah, so you don't feel safe?
Because you're from Israel.
I should feel not safe. You have a yellow wall. What is that?
My name is.
Ez?
Oh, I'll never forget that. That was
Yeah.
probably the best live that I watched, and I had no choice but to remix and make some shorts on that.
So you did that. You did the remix?
No, it was obviously I cut it, so I collabed, so I could show like my reaction on it. Every time I watch it, it just makes me laugh because it was that noise, that and then that head appears from nowhere,
Oh God.
and he's like, "Oh, what was it? Something about being trans is the least of their worries." And guys, I think really, really, which is I'll tell you how I'll do this. Nico, what I'll do is whichever one that I sent you, I'll just send you again which one to put up.
Okay, if you want in a certain order, that'd be best.
Yeah.
Let me just actually, let me do it like this. Okay, everyone can see that, right? Someone.
Actually, it was next anyway, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
someone in the chat mentioned Nambla. Okay,
Nambla.
so
I've heard
Nambla.
of this before, yeah.
Have you? This is the first time I heard of it. So what does it stand for? North American Man Boy Love Association. Can I speak? Sorry. North American Man Boy Love Association, pedophilia advocacy organization in the United States. What the? No, that's not me mixing. I'm trying to bite my tongue here. What the is going on?
Oh, Nico, be more inclusive.
Oh my God! Open-minded, right? Or open hold? What the is going on, man? We're breathe. 10, 9, 8. Where are the parents, man? This is what I was talking about earlier. Decades of, it's okay, you can do whatever you want. Here we are. Now what? Now it's law that we can't say anything.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. That's what the whole of Tommy's protest was about last week. It was we're becoming totalitarian states. We're being told what we can and can't say, what we can and can't think, what we can and can't pray in our heads. What you know, and it's no different to living in Russia, China, North Korea. The freedoms that we once knew, once loved, what our ancestors and grandparents and great grandparents fought for, they've gone, Nico. They've vanished, and unfortunately, only like a certain amount of people are starting to realize this now. People have been on about this, and I've been going on about this for absolute years. I've seen it happening. It happened to me. And once it starts, I mean, there's 5 stages of it. There's been some like not experiments, but let's say someone's looked into it very deeply about how society collapses due to this type of behavior. And
Mm.
it starts out with little bits of just nipping you here and there, like persecuting you, you know, calling you names. And then it turns into censorship, and then it turns into cancellation, and actually possibly you losing your way of making an income. So you're losing your job, and then it turns into imprisonment. And then the next stage from that is they'll kill you to shut you up. So on that note, we call it the establishment, obviously, like government, everything, anything to do with that, that's around us, that looks after us or we're part of. But I think it was that Andrew Tate who calls it the Matrix, and he's kind of right. He said like 3 strikes you're out type thing. He's not far off the truth there. In fact, some of the, if not most of the stuff, apart from Islam, that comes out of his mouth is pretty much bang on. I don't like some of the misogynistic views that he's got, because to be honest, I'm pro-feminist. I believe women are equal to men. Apart from, I know I can identify the differences between a man and a woman, obviously with, you know,
some conflict. Finally, let's heat things up. All right, so because the flagellas are evidently too queer to show up. That's
have we got one? Have we got one in the comments? Please.
I don't know. Yeah, come on up, and I promise to be. I mean, despite what it might sound like at this moment, I genuinely want to have a real dialogue about this topic. So please come up and let's converse about theoretically why this is justifiable, the things that we're covering today. Yeah, I cut you off, but let me this is another one that someone from chat brought up. Again, first time I've heard of it. Polyamory. Have you heard of that one?
No, that's polyamory.
Polyamory, I guess.
That's what you get in Islam. You know, someone who wants to be in a relationship with more than one person.
I was about to say, this is what I was mentioning earlier, how sodomy can be heterosexual as well. This too, yeah, there you go. Yeah, but definitely they.
But I think this is also, I think polyamory. It used to be where you there was like 3 people in a relationship, so it's like a love triangle. So one of them, or well, 2 of them, essentially will have to be gay.
Interesting. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no way around that, is there?
No.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean,
or bisexual.
I was a cab driver for a minute, and I mean, I've got a proposition all kinds, like, you know, all kinds of menage a trois throughout my life at different places throughout the country, different times in my life, even orgies, you know. Yeah.
Again?
Orgies. Yeah, I've got invited to orgies. Yeah. Which I booked it. I'm not into that. I'm not into menage a trois. I'm not into orgies. So every time I took off. But I remember one time as a cab driver, I'm in the driver's seat, of course. A couple behind me, and they start, you know, acting a fool, as we say in the South. But that was let's say that was a relative commonplace for the night shift. But next thing you know, I feel an arm. I'm like, oh man, she is gross. You know, her husband's going to be flipping out right now. And I look down, it's the guy. He's rubbing my chest, inviting me to join him.
Oh no!
Lord have mercy. Right, exactly. I mean, yeah, I've had all kinds of experiences myself. I can go on and on, but it's not pretty. In fact, I've almost got raped by a flagella.
No way.
Yeah, had battle scars. 6'5", muscular beast.
Wow.
Yeah, in my own home. I invited him, not knowing, and naive at the time, was a teenager. Thank God I'm a big boy myself, and I had already had maybe a couple of years of martial arts training where I was able to successfully fight him off. If not, I'd be telling a different story right now, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say, guys, as well, we are celebrating Pride. We're not being non-inclusive. I'm eating Skittles. we're legitimately and literally tasting the rainbow as we do this stream.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, look, I also, again, I'm a teacher, and I have to sit here and combat my students with them going meow, meow, meow. It sounds like a joke, but this is a real problem.
What, have
And
you
as
actually experienced that now?
oh yeah, oh yeah. I don't want to say on a regular basis, but a fair percentage. I have to sit there and finagle my way around students that have mental issues, and I have to be careful in my approach because I don't want to get fired.
That's people
Yeah.
legitimately meowing in class.
Yeah, absolutely. And amongst other things, yeah, absolutely. It's not just as someone else puts a conspiracy theory or whatever. It's a real problem.
What's wrong? I just don't. It's just not. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
this goes. This is a worldwide problem, people. This is not an American problem, a UK problem, a European problem. Communist China has that problem, and that should surprise anyone because, as I mentioned earlier, and many already know, Yuri Bezmenov decades ago warned about these things, and this was part of it.
yeah. This was part of the plan. This was all planned years ago by the what is it? Soviet Union.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's all the same spirit. Shall we go with this next video? I'm not sure what it's labeled,
Yeah.
but
So this one I sent you is basically, I don't know if anyone here who's Christian has heard of Pastor David Lynn. So he's I believe he's I think he's American. And he's a pastor for I think he does his own ministries. And he went here, I think this was in Canada, and Justin Trudeau's leadership.
another
And he
fascist.
went, this was I think this was a Pride month. So I think this was a last year. And he went to meet people away. This was away from their Pride festival or whatever it was, but they followed him. They heard that he was nearby. So this is what I thought. Satan knew that there was someone who was preaching the gospel somewhere, and went to him. And he was there to meet Christians who wanted to be baptized. And whilst he was baptizing, the police had to get involved. So the police actually followed. They didn't stop, but they followed this LGBTQ plus BS crowd to where Pastor David Lynn is. And the police were asking David Lynn, "Can you not go somewhere else? Can you not go some?" He said, "Why do I have to? I was here first, man. Like, what are you on about? These guys have come targeting me. Like, why aren't you telling them to disappear? And why have you not stopped them? You've come with them." And so eventually David Lynn, and because there was quite a lot of people sticking up for him, the police were outnumbered, and they thought, "Oh, what can we do?" So they just supervised it basically. And in the end, David Lynn had to go into this river or some kind of lake or something to start baptizing people. And whilst he went in there, the Pride people followed him, started spraying silly string all over him, was spitting on him. They were waving the Pride flag over him and over the cameraman. They were just causing an absolute nuisance. This guy was minding his own business, and he was helping out people who were interested in Christianity and wanted to meet him because he's a popular speaker and popular preacher. And they come and ruined it. But he continued doing what he was doing amongst it all,
Mm.
which is what I appreciate. I like him a lot. I know he's he's not like us, he's not in our church, but I do like him still. And like we always say, we don't judge. We don't know whether or not they'll end up we can't judge on their salvation. So but yeah, I like him a lot. He's very good at what he does. So let's watch this. This is a good video.
All right.
It's absolutely disgusting. The LGBT should be ashamed. But it's exciting times to be a Christian. Well done, David Lynn.
So he's baptizing people basically while he's being mobbed and heckled.
That's why I got this today, look. So I can
yeah. The next one is queer rights. Is that one that we should watch now, or you want to save that for later?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me watch that, and I want to make comments on a couple of things that the chat said. So I'm not getting too behind on the chats because they're on fire today. All right.
Oh, right. Yeah. So this is the whole. I wanted to bring this up as well. Because this really, really makes me. It makes me laugh, but now it makes me angry. Because it's just an insult to Palestine. The Queers for Palestine movement. Believe it or not, it's actually a big, and it is a legitimate. First, you have to question: is it a legitimate thing? Yes, it is. Is it big or small? No, it's big. There's people, and it's actually a thing now. There's people in this alphabet community that think there are some of their brothers and sisters, shall we say, that are suffering in Palestine at the hands of the IDF in the LGBTQ community. So they're marching for the queers that exist in Palestine. You can't make it up. Like, me and you know, personally, with being part of an Eastern church, how it would go down.
Well, I witnessed it. I witnessed it. Yeah.
And there's already plenty of resources on the internet. I have done many, many discussions about homosexuality in Islam. And believe me, although it's even here in a secular democratic society, being part of the LGBTQ community, close to you mix that with a Muslim community, they're going to tell you how they feel about it. They will, because they don't like them. In fact, Palestinians, I think it was I can't remember. There was so I used to know the names of some of the people in Hamas. He's a very important figure in Hamas, but he basically did a speech about how he didn't want Queers for Palestine to support the cause and told them to stop it because it was bringing shame on Allah and the Prophet, whatever they say. So he basically saying, "Leave us alone!" Like they're trying to support him. Hey, we love you, and he's going, "F off!" Like, sorry, you couldn't write it. And he said, "Do you know we actually view you the same as equal, near enough as we look at the Jews. So stop supporting us. We don't want your support. We don't need your support. There's no one here that is like that. And if there is," he went on to what would happen to him, and it was very graphic and very descriptive. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Let's watch this.
Well, I think PC guy to say CP would say oof, oof, oof. Yeah.
Cringe.
Trans rights! We say no to genocide! These are Queers for Palestine protesters. We've seen a lot of this in recent weeks. The great irony, that display might get those people killed in the Gaza Strip. What appears to be lost on these protesters is that gay and transgender people in Palestinian territories face an extraordinary level of persecution. In Gaza, homosexuality can be punished with years in prison. You also might be executed, including by members of your own family. A few years ago, Hamas, the terrorist organization that controls Gaza, tortured and killed one of its own members for allegedly having sex with another man. Not long ago in the West Bank, a young man's severed head was found on the side of the road after he was killed allegedly for the crime of being gay. So where do many of these persecuted people try to get asylum? In Israel, the same country these stateside protesters were speaking out against. The Israel-Palestine conflict is complicated. This aspect of it, not so much, because Queers for Palestine is about as convincing as Minks for fur coats. Queer rights, trans rights!
Makes for fur coats, perfect. And by the way, I got to throw in, yeah, queers finding refuge in Israel. No, come on, really? News to me. Just kidding. Anyway, for those who don't know,
I don't know if you caught on, but that guy was clearly
heterosexually challenged. Okay, yeah, baguette.
Really missed the brain.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. So, not to bear. Yeah. Basically, I was helping with folks in Greece come through Greece at that time. It was the borders were still open, and people were coming in thousands per day. Muslims. Yeah. You know, and so one of the instances that I saw a few things, and check out my video, Why Does Mass Media Support Islam? It's about an hour and a half, let's call it a documentary. It's really two videos overlapping, so you're going to be bombarded with information. It'll probably take more than one watching or something like that effect. But anyway, yeah, so, you know, human shields, we did a stream before, we touched on Texas, the woman Muslim using her own child as a human shield when she came into the complex in Texas, the Christian complex, started shooting people up. But also in the crossing, they were going through the borders, and the Slav police were tear gassing them to push them back when the borders closed, and they were dragging their children in the front lines so they can get their YouTube, you know, moments, their footage, their viral clips. And so, yeah, I mean, I could go on and on, man. But one of the things that I saw was a gay guy who was being beat up by one of the groups. I guess they found out he was gay. He was rushed to the medical trailer, and a little mob was waiting for him outside. I wasn't so privy to what was going on. I mean, you know, as someone who was raised in America, I had a lot to learn about Islam. And so, yeah, I remember him stepping outside. And I guess I'm a taller guy too, so I guess I stood on the crowd, and he saw me, looked me right in the eyes. He looked at the crowd. He just had this weird, creepy grin on his face, and just basically did like a dive into the pool of mob Muslims, waiting to, you know, beat him up. And that's what they started doing. And as he, you know, surfaced up to the top of the crowd, again, he looked me right in the eyes, and I was like, man. So the next morning, I left. I don't know what happened after that. I had to leave like immediately afterward, but the next morning I found out that night they got the guy, and there was a train tracks there with electrical wiring, a trolley wiring on the top, and so they dragged him up there, tied him up to the electrical wire, and electrocuted him to death. Fried him, fired, set, you know, burned him alive.
That's a quick way,
as the religion calls for.
He was pretty lucky then, because usually it's worse than that.
Yeah, well, set him on fire. I think that's Hadith. I can't remember, or Reliance of the Traveler, but it's explicitly says to set them on fire.
That would be the Reliance of the Traveler. In the Hadiths, it's stoning them, or I think it's beheading.
Wow.
But like lynching and stuff like that is also a pretty quick way. There has been worse stories I've read in Palestine itself, and this was way before the conflict when I read this. Of when they used to drag you around your community first to expose you, which exposed then your family, So what the family then used to do is join in with those who were basically dragging the people, their own child, their own son or daughter around the roads, and they're not like roads like ours. I mean, that would hurt anyway on just normal tarmac. This is like really bumpy, so your back's getting just ripped open, muscle exposed, flesh exposed. The pain would have been excruciating, and they would have done it for hours. And whilst they're doing that, you got people spitting on you, kicking you, throwing stones at you, and it would just go on basically until you were eventually, unalived.
Right.
So to speak. Gotta be
And it's-
careful with YouBoob.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the reality of it there. Yet we've got these people here who we know are deranged already, but even more deranged in thinking that they've got like a massive community out there waiting for them to liberate them. Oh, I even offered this one time. I was on a stream and there was loads of them saying, there is. I was like, really? Okay, I'll tell you what. Get me the information of just one of them persons and I will pay for their flight to go there. Maybe we should do that as a, I should set up a political party that offers free flights to Palestine. If you tick this box, you're going there.
Of course, we're not serious. We don't want to see people massacred.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what would happen. Unfortunately, yeah, it's just baffling, man. And that's who they want to show solidarity with because they have open minds. They have that sense of superiority. Us Christians are the worst people on the planet. We're idiots. We're inferior. They're the ones that believe in equality and all these things, which all their ideology, by the way, falls completely short of all Christian teachings. They fall short, their pinnacles. For example, tolerance. Tolerance is their pinnacle of social, behavior or unity. It's tolerance. I find that insulting. I believe in love. I believe that God is, our Father in heaven, that we're all God's children, that we should love everyone, to even our enemies. They make enemies of us. And when I say they, it's not only the useful idiots, quote unquote useful idiots from Yuri Bezmenov, but yeah, it's the people in charge that are bombarding us with this messaging, pitting us against each other, like the Lynch letters call for. On that note, let me keep going on this little soapbox here. I want to really address these comments so I can scroll down. I mean, and forgive me for ignoring your comments. I'll get to them. I just wanted to address this point. So it's very important. This whole fear thing, this instrument of Satan, they play, mass media plays on our emotions, gets us scared to talk about things, and we self-police like we do here. We use unalive or grape instead of murder or suicide or rape. If you can't say the words, then how are you supposed to denounce it? How are you supposed to rebuke it? And it's these socialist platforms, by the way, that keep taking down these videos that warn people of these behaviors of Muslims killing the queers and all that. So in essence, they're not only being communistic, but they're being fascist Nazis by empowering the people that are doing it. If someone goes to Dubai thinking it's the greatest place in the world because they saw so in media, well, that's YouTube's fault because they didn't show the reality, the other reality.
Yeah, they painted it that way, yeah. And this is, it's horrible. But Nico, what do we have in Christianity that can allow you to save yourself?
Faith, repentance.
Exactly. And fortunately, for even you can be as trans or as whatever it is as you want. But if you turn to Christ and you repent, then you can be saved. And if you live a life of penance and a life of faith and a life of good works to Christ in penance for your sins, just like we do. Well, we try to, because none of us are perfect. We know that, but you can turn it all around, and it is against God's teaching. I mean, we've got writings in Leviticus which says you should not lie. A man should not lie with another man, and so on for a woman too. And it's the same rules, even with the New Testament. There's talks and verses on it. So we must remember that it's unnatural. God created us to. He said, multiply. Be fruitful, and that's what He wanted for us to. Cover all the nations. He wanted a big family, and unlike Islam, where you do such a thing like this, you could it could be a growing up thing. You might be confused. You might have it could be a mental health problem or something where you might actually genuinely be struggling, and you end up finding yourself down a road where you're just you find yourself in a relationship with someone of the same sex. And then eventually you see the light and you think this isn't right. Or there's been cases where people have walked into a church randomly because it's raining. I've read it. Yeah, that was the one story that I'll never forget. There was a gay man who was as gay as can be. In fact, this is what I said. You know what I was saying about the mincing and the talking like that is all fake. He admitted it too. He said it was all put on. It was a facade. They removed it. They took this video down. I can't remember the guy. I think his first name was Alex. I can't remember the last name now. But he said he was walking down the road one day, and I think he had been gay for 27 years, and it was raining. So he stopped and walked into a church just to wait until it stopped raining. I think there's somewhere in New York. And as he was there, it was absolutely hammering it down. And he had to stay there for quite a while until it stopped, or at least died down. And he said, and during that time that he was in there, he heard the most wonderful words that he had ever heard in his life. And he said it was that of Jesus Christ. And he said, and he felt loved, and he felt he was at peace, and he felt moved by the Holy Spirit to go and speak to one of the priests. And he did. He went up and spoke to him, and lo and behold, that was when he started his journey of faith. And he's now himself a priest. I've got to try and find
That's
this
awesome.
video because it's a lovely.
Yeah,
He shows videos on his testimony of when he was actually walking around like, hey, and all that stuff, and mincing, walking like crisscrossing the road. And he said that he explains why that they pull it all on. It's for attention. He said all he's ever wanted is to be loved, and to have this attention. And he turned and he said, and all I'm doing now is living my life of basically repentance and penance back to Christ. And fair play to him. And there's loads of people that say that speak at the end of this testimony that say he's one of the most honest, trustworthy, loving persons that they could ever possibly meet. This is what I try to speak about with Dawah teams when I have debates with Muslims. I'm not pro LGBTQ people, but I'm pro forgiveness, pro second chance. All these people now in that LGBT community one day may see, the second coming of our Lord, and they may, they will drop on their knees and they will bow and their tongues will confess. And this is what I mean. You got that second chance. I had that second chance. I wasn't part of that community, but I was, you know, I was a sinner. I was equal as them. I was a sinner. I was living a very, very bad lifestyle where I was hurting a lot of people, including myself and close friends and family. And it was destructive what I was doing, equally, if not more destructive than what they do.
Mm.
And lo and behold, I become a Christian and everything's, you know, changed. And now I try and live a life I try to live a life that's pleasing to God. Of course, I have a lot of things I got to work on. Patience being one of them. Tolerance as well too. However, what I do find is with my I try to make a comedy out of everything that I don't like, because if I do that, it makes me not angry. If that makes sense. So if you ever see me like laughing around or joking about something that's supposed to be quite serious, you know why.
Mercy,
So,
yeah. Yeah, man. There's a lot I wanted to say. I kind of lost my train of thought. Different things going on, but yeah. Let me just share a personal story. Let me start there. So, and again, they say this is taboo. As a content creator, you're not supposed to do it fully. I share things about myself personally all the time. This is more a personal story that includes a best friend, going back from high school, from adolescence. And by the way, one of our streamers pointed out, I learned about sex and biology. What he's saying is, as a teenager, back in the day, we were still being taught about the birds and the bees by a government institution. And I always found that wrong. And that was somewhat controversial even back then. But at least it was held at high school. Now that they made it younger age, and they made it absolute Baphomet idolization. At any rate, so back in the day, I had a friend who, by the way, just so everyone knows the whole story, it's his friend who almost raped me. This is how naive I am, and this is how forgiving I am. Yeah, so basically, I invited him over, didn't realize much, didn't have many friends. And so the guy thought I was gay and tried to take advantage of me. And then I guess their way of doing that with each other is beating each other up, because I had scars for a while from having to fight him off. So at any rate, as naive and forgiving as I am, yeah, we became friends, because at that point, even though I heard about gays and all that, I didn't still quite believe it. It wasn't still a reality for me quite yet. And after a few months of being friends and hanging out and all that, he, I'm going to pause you there because it makes kind of background noise. After a few months of being friends, he basically, I was in school suspension. I was actually a good student, but I'm unruly. So, at any rate, and also I enjoyed being in school suspension because it was quiet and I could study and do my work. I was a bit of a nerd too. So yeah, he comes in and he just throws in this letter in my little cubicle and takes off. I'm like, what the heck? And I read it. It's like 2 to 3 pages, like several pages. It was a confession that he's gay and that he apologizes and that he really loves me as a friend. He doesn't want to lose his friendship with me, and that despite his being gay, he hoped that we could still be friends. You ever see the pan zoom effect in movies where the shot zooms in on a person's face while in the background everything starts going crazy and wider? That's how it felt, like absolute vertigo when I was reading that letter. I'm like, wow, what is this? Because I was that naive. But I thought about it and almost instantly I was like, okay, whatever, right? And we became best friends and we did everything together. We went to clubbing together. Even as a teenager, I had some ins in nightclubs back in the day, and I would help people get in. I'll just leave it at that. I was a bit of a sinner, not too bad, but bad enough. At any rate, so yeah, I mean, he was a total lady killer. He claimed to be gay and all that back then, but he had sex as a teenager with both males and females. But also, again, best of friends, we shared everything with each other. And so he told me that as a young child, and this probably won't surprise many people at all, he was molested. And, you know, he introduced me to the closet world, let's call it that. Back then, it was not that it wasn't out in the open, but it wasn't, you know, obnoxiously in your face. You're going to take this, like it or not, kind of approach as we have these days. So, yeah, I mean, but basically he let me in on the secrets, you know, basically back then they called each other Fag as a pet name. I mean, that was my pet name for my best friend, Fag. So, I mean, look how much we changed. And it was in term of endearment, you know? No big deal. Anyway. So, yeah, basically, I learned all these things about, let's call it the secret society. I became part of the in crowd. It was kind of cool. I got to be honest with you. But one of the things that I learned was pretty much everyone, actually, he was telling me everyone, had also been molested when they were young. I mean, he knew everyone intimately as well. He knew their stories and how they became, quote unquote, gay or sexually confused is what we called it, what it was back then. So, well, now jump ahead a couple of decades ago, a couple of decades later. I moved around a bit, lost touch. Through a fascist book, I found him again. And he came down, went from one part of the country to the other to come visit me, spend some time with me. A great treat to me. Well, back then I was a grad student living alone. And he decides he's going to start, you know, I gave him my bed. I slept on the couch. But he wants to walk around naked. Okay, whatever. I guess I didn't know you too well, but, you know, you do you, as we say these days. No pun intended. So, yeah, again, still being naive, like I guess, you know, I was back in the day. Didn't think much of it. We did our things. It was acting kind of weird when we went out. It was really quiet, but really weird. And one day when we're sitting outside a restaurant, he starts lecturing me. He starts giving me the mass media parroting. You know, Nick, I was born gay. What do you do with that? I knew right away I was being baited. So I just brushed it off. I should have had a conversation with him as a friend. I should have said, you know what, friend? Cut your bullshit. You're forgetting who you're talking to. If I loved him, genuinely loved him, I would have had that conversation with him. But I was so freaked out by his other behavior, I didn't know how to respond. Not to mention blindsided by the bullshit, right?
It's hard,
So,
isn't it? Definitely.
Yeah. The next day, early in the morning, he gets up. You know, I'm still sleeping on the couch, walks right by me, charges out of the front door, jumps in his car and takes off. And I'm like following him, like, dude, what's going on? And at the window, he says, watch what you put on online or something to that effect. So I was like scratching my head. I was like, maybe I said something online that was out of line and don't realize it. And for the longest time, I couldn't figure out what the hell happened. Doy, the faggot, my best friend came down all the way to a different part of the country to have sex with me because he thought I now finally converted to homosexuality.
Wow.
No, knowing that, realizing that, I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. And I would have like all this conversation with him, including, man, how dare you?
So what did he mean by like look online?
Well, that's I mean, yeah, so I think before he came down, I was, you know, as again, professing how I love him and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. So I think he said, oh, okay, well, Nick means romantic love. He's gay, finally.
Oh, no.
Fucking, excuse me, my language. You know what? I mean, you have no idea how much that hurts me and that offends me. My best friend, we know each other's secrets. We knew each other for years. Will pull that kind of crap on me.
It's yeah, especially when you've made good memories with the guy as well. So
Right.
that must have like really. Hey, have you heard from him since?
Well, again, as forgiving as I am, I still try to meet up with him. I went and visited his part of the country a couple of times. My parents lived relatively close. And so when I go visit him, I was like, hey, you know what, let's get together. Let's get together. Sure. He kept blowing me off. Stood me up one time, kept blowing me off the other times. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just reading some of the comments here.
Yeah. I'm going down and pulling some up now, but if you see one, let me know.
put the link out so people can come to debate. I'm more than happy for you to do that if you want, Nico.
Oh yeah, did you read the private chat? Did you check the YouTube?
Yeah. It seems okay on my side, I think. Yeah, because otherwise these people are from my YouTube.
All right, so check it again. I just adjusted the settings so I can share the link with you with everyone, and I'm going to put that in the chat now. But you might want to check again just to make sure you're
Okay,
live.
I'm gonna pick one of my subscribers, Abigail Brown. Can you just let me know if you can still see me on my YouTube? Oh, it says connect your YouTube account to join the live stream.
Oh boy, I think I just somehow booted you off by changing the setting. This is the thing with StreamYard; it's so limited.
Well, I've just said that, I'm just allowing it to connect now.
Okay.
So it's on now. So we're on.
All right. Interesting.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I shared the link in the chat. Let me share it again just to make sure. Come on up.
Yeah. Who are we asking to come on up? Like just someone from the LGBT community? Who will we be debating exactly? Muslims or what?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be debate. I mean, I'm up for dialogue. I don't mind an echo chamber, but I definitely prefer someone who's willing to give a different perspective, so we can have a dialogue.
So if there's any jihadists out there, please click on the link. So
then there's that. We can make it a
any-
Muslim thing. Yeah, that'd be good too. I mean, we can still definitely stick on the topic of the whole sexual deviancy.
You know, I'm like, yeah, well, yeah. So can we present the next video that I sent you as well?
Let's see. I've got one queued up. Let me put that up. See if is that one we can? Is that what we should talk about, or should we wait for this one?
Yeah. Wait for what one? Sorry.
Oh, this is fine. Okay, if you go with
Yeah,
this one.
no, any of them are fine. Any of them are fine. You can play them in whatever order you want.
All right.
We'll just cover them on that. So yeah, this is you know what I was talking earlier. I was talking about how it's now so this LGBTQ propaganda and stuff is now, well, the ideology of it all is steeped into Christianity. And we're actually seeing churches, especially in America, but it's here in the UK as well now, where they've got their own temples of this. And I mean, this guy is supposed to be, he's trying to help them apparently. You know how these some of these evangelists are. But yeah, so he's gone in and he gets kicked out of this church. It's quite funny to watch, but it's also not funny because we got to remember as well, these people are they genuinely believe that, you know, homosexuality in Christianity is okay because Jesus does not judge, and although it says he will judge mankind, but because they pick their verses that they like out of it, and then they make their own Christianity. That's what they've done.
Yeah,
what did Christ say about that?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I mean, he said a lot. Titus 1 says, make sure you know your scripture so you can defend yourself when you're being challenged. That's one that a lot of people overlook. I mean, that's probably the most significant one.
So Christ said in one of the Gospels, "Go away from me, I did not know you." So these are people, and that verse in its context is for people that pretend that they know the Lord, that they worshipped him, and that they sacrificed for him, and they gave, you know, they lived a good life, they prayed to him, they worshipped him. But he will say in the days of judgment, "Go away from me, for I do not know you." And this is the exact thing that we're talking about here. So this guy has gone in to basically try and, in his mind, save their souls by teaching them, you know, the Gospels and trying to make them repent. But they're having none of it. And in fact, it turns violent. One of them starts shoving him out. I'm sure it's this one where they actually physically push him out, but they get really angry. But they've basically made their own Christianity over in the States and over here. And it's not like where you've got a section of the Baptist church that's an LGBT Baptist or LGBTQ Methodist or LGBTQ Lutheran or anything like that. This is just LGBTQ church. That's it. So it's basically where someone who's rich and is part of that community buys some kind of old village hall, restores it and turns it into a church, and basically they do their own thing there, believing that they're worshipping Christ. I mean, let's go on and watch it. That guy there reminds me of the man off Curb Your Enthusiasm. I don't know if you've seen that. That's an American sitcom. Can you hear me, Nico?
Oh, I'm sitting here talking to myself. All right. So who did you say took the church over?
So I was just saying. So this is one of the instances. I said because like the LGBT church is not actually a thing. It's like, it's not like part of a normal church that's established already, like the Baptist, Lutheran, or Methodist. It's just where someone who's kind of like rich, part of the community, buys like a village hall or something like that, restores it up and turns it into a church, and then they just make their own Christianity. They take out verses out the Bible that they don't like, and then they make their own prints, and here's where they come to worship Christ. I mean, let's have a look. Let's take a look inside of it.
Okay. I'm just putting the link in the chat again for anyone who wants to come up. All right.
Yeah, come debate me, guys.
Or talk. Either way.
Yeah.
Just you get out of here. I'm not the minister. Welcome back to a brand new YouTube video, guys. Today we're at a gay church in my hometown, Cookville, Tennessee.
Dang! Curb Your Enthusiasm is about to beat him up. What?
And all donations are going to Gay Pride. So we're going to go in, hear the sermon, and then try and ask questions. Make sure you leave a like, comment, share. Thank you guys for all the support lately. Continue sharing and subscribing. Support my work. Let's get into the video. Nice to meet you. My name's Bo. Nice to meet you.
What's your name, Bo?
Bo. Nice to meet you.
I'm Anne-Marie.
Would you mind if I just ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
So, what do you believe as a Christian? Are you biblically born again?
Well, we interpret what Jesus actually meant, not what's been misinterpreted.
And what do you think's been misinterpreted?
Well, he never said, "You miserable sinners." He said, "Know the truth, and the truth will set you free." And the truth is that we're all a part of the same Christ consciousness. So Christ wasn't his last name. It's the Christ in all of us, and we're all part of the one body.
So does this church follow the basic biblical teachings?
Well, we just interpret them differently than you do, probably. I don't know. How do you interpret them?
Well, I'm just asking you because I'm just interested in the church and what you guys believe.
Sure. Well, the reason I ask is I'm here to support you on your spiritual journey.
Right.
So I teach what we believe, and you can accept whatever you want. I'm just here to support you. But I believe we're all one.
All one.
I don't care who you are. I don't care what race, color, creed, what religion you practice. We are all one in the body.
So do you believe that other religions like Islam, Judaism, do you think that they could also go to heaven? They could also go to heaven?
They're all part of God. It's very arrogant to think that we're the only ones that have that know about God, or that to say that Christians are.
So, first thing that she mentioned, she says that we're all one under Christ consciousness. So they're basically teaching a form of Christology there. Then there's the second part which she mentioned, that when he asked her, so is it okay if, do Muslims, Buddhists, and whatever, do they go to heaven too? And she said, yeah, we all do. So in her own ideology, in her little world that she's in there, everybody, no matter what, everybody here is going to heaven and everything's going to be all lovely. There's going to be little rabbits running around and people waving flags. And this is, unfortunately, this is just a made up doctrine to make people kind of feel better about themselves. They're kind of trying to make people who are led astray feel comfortable with what they're doing, which is completely wrong. They're leading them astray even more. She also mentioned, I'm here to help you on your spiritual journey. Doesn't that sound satanic?
Yeah.
I'm here to take you to the very depths. That, to me, that's how it just come across when I heard her say that. It was just like listening to the devil himself.
It's sad.
I'm here to make sure that you get there.
Right? No, and they're proud of it, as the one clip goes. Like they're all that same spirit. Yeah, they're just completely bashing our heads over it, like in an absolutely hypocritical, onerous approach. I'm sorry, I'm just using a lot of adjectives. It's just frustrating. I mean, because I take this even more personally, because it is, let's call it a church, or at least they're posing as a church, and therefore, wolves in sheep's clothing doesn't even begin to describe what's going on here. It's like Islam. It's like a perversion, which is defilement. It's defilement. It's not okay, to say the least.
And Islam do it the best. They really pull it off, because you look at them and you think, wow, they pray 5 times a day. They did it because they are disciplined people. This is what I love about this. If anything that I do give them credit for is the discipline within the faith.
Yeah. Well, the Old Testament does say, "Spare the rod, spoil the child," but they took it a step farther with cutting off hands, cutting off heads. I mean, stuff like that. Yeah, you're going to be disciplined, like it or not.
Well,
you got a
choice. With what when they genuinely do believe they're praying to the Creator, and it's those. That's what I said. When they actually leave Islam and come to Christ, they do make the best. To me, they make the best Christians. Like they really do. I've seen. I wouldn't be surprised if there's gonna be in future a saint that would have left Islam for Christianity, because there is good discipline within that faith. However, it's most of it is used ritualistically, which we know is from paganism. The rituals and stuff like that is all birthed out of the pagan roots there. But let's continue.
All right.
Are the only ones that are part of God.
So you don't think that Christianity is the only religion?
Not in the way it's been listed.
It would also be Islam. So you think Islam, Judaism?
Everybody is a child of God.
Okay, interesting. What do you guys believe within the Bible? Because in the Bible it says
we got a class going on here.
Yeah.
Well, we interpret the Bible metaphysically. When I read the story,
what do you mean by metaphysically?
Well, the Bible is a history of human consciousness, from the Adam state of mind to the awakened Christ consciousness. So when I read all those stories, I say, what is that story in me? Every person, place, or thing. That story is my story.
Don't you think it's God's story? It's not our story. It's God's story.
We're a part of God.
Yeah, but God made us.
Well, anyway, I honor your beliefs, whatever you believe, and I hope you'll honor.
So, I just have a couple more questions, though.
They all want to talk.
Yeah, of course, of course. Can I come back to you?
I would be glad.
Of course. I don't want to interrupt anything.
Yeah, no, I just want to talk to them too, and then I'll.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Are you a fundamentalist?
Fundamentalist. I'm a Christian.
Okay. Well, this is the way we are.
I was just asking because it's different, because you guys say you're a church, but then like just now she said that she believed Islam, Judaism, all different religions can make it to heaven. That clearly goes against the Bible. So you can't call yourself a Christian if you go against biblical teachings.
If you will look at these sayings, I've been through this.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I've made my journey through a lot of this. And I have studied Buddha, Muhammad, probably Confucius, and you can set up a chart of the sayings, and they're all essentially saying the
Hold on. How do you probably study Confucius? How does probably studying religion work? I mean, was he smoking some Buddha while he was probably studying Confucius and he was confused about it? What the hell? Sorry. What is wrong with these people?
I mean, they don't even know themselves.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's just all made up.
Exactly.
They've even got pretend stained glass windows. Look at it. They've put paper up to pretend that they've got windows.
Wow, I didn't even notice that. Good catch. That's disgusting. That's disturbing. That is mental. That is mental.
So it's instead of repenting, they've gone the lazy way about it. Well, why don't we try? It's like murdering someone, right? You're like, all right, I'm a serial killer, but I want to, but I like the Bible, and I like the idea of Christianity. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the commandments, take out the commandment of do not kill, and I'm just going to continue killing and say that actually God said it's okay because they're all going to go to heaven anyway, and that's our teaching now. So come to our church. We're a serial killer church. You're welcome here. And our doctrine and our terminology of the Bible is completely different. We know that if we kill these people, we help them get to heaven. Don't you think that's good? That's that's basically what they're doing. But instead, it's obviously because they want to have relationships with same-sex people as them, and they justify it by they want to look good as well. So they want to be able to turn around and say, I'm a righteous person, but I'm also, gay, or I'm part of this community. So they want to be able to try justify, or if someone that's been brought up as a Christian that don't want to leave the faith because maybe their family, might disown them if they did or something like that. So what they've done is they've become part of this church to still say that they're a Christian, still say that they've gone to church and they're going to church. But what little do they know is what church they're going to, like with fake stained glass windows and these fake teachings that have been made up by probably that woman. But yeah, let's continue. Yeah,
well, look,
you are just do what you want. Do what you want. Go.
Yeah, I mean that's what he said too. He parroted the same sentiment. This is the way we are. You do you. But I mean, be who you are, and yet this is a man dressed up as a woman. Oxymoron much. And just like the windows you pointed out. Hello, it's fake. It's all fake. It's diabolically backward, in fact. It's self-contradictory. And
imagine trying to throw a brick at it and it don't break, and you're like, well, is this really a window? Well, it identifies as a window. Leave it alone.
Identifies as a window. I mean, yeah, and this goes into the whole virtual reality thing. I mean, just people, again, going further down the anti-reality hole, just completely unable to cope with any type of reality, which is festering psychosis, as we see. And this is a problem from the top down. It's something that's being forced on us. All right, sorry. Thank you for allowing me to, so to speak, vent there, but that's not a rant. It's a vent. It's just I mean, this is clown world, people, and our fear to not speak up is what has brought us to this point. So, again, yesterday, someone, or was it earlier today? I can't remember. One of the streams, someone said, "Well, I'd like to do this, but I'm scared, of the backlash."
Don't be. We're all one here, guys. We've all got each other's backs, no matter what.
Amen. That's Christianity, and that is koinonia. Put that in the chat so everyone can see it. Koinonia is more powerful than equality, unity, any of the half-assed, backward, lying, and falling short of ideology they push. Koinonia is the greatest thing. It is absolute unity on every level with each other and with God. Koinonia. I'm going to put that in chat so everyone can read it.
I think Elizabeth Victoria wanted to come up. Is that what she wanted to have dialogue or something?
Yeah. Let me play the video, and I'll see if I can find Elizabeth Victoria on.
Is that the one you mentioned earlier that you were going to try and bring up?
Yeah. All right, let's take a look.
Happy Pride Month.
So there is there's universal truth, and we're trying to tap into.
There is some truth that go within different religions, but biblical teachings, you have to believe that God is almighty. I'm just documenting and sharing with my viewers what you guys believe.
What are you going to do?
You're going to tell them we believe in love. Just
You
tell
believe
them
in
we
love?
believe
We
in
believe
love.
in love. I believe
we believe Jesus said, love your brother.
Jesus does, but there's a
Jesus
difference
said-
between love and
No.
acceptance. That's the difference. That's what
Well, we
I don't think you guys
we
can
even accept.
understand.
We even accept.
That's not right though. Christians are
You
set.
know what?
Christians
It is right.
are told to judge. In
My
Ecclesiastes,
the Jesus who talks to me tells me to love everyone,
That's not
regardless.
Jesus talking
no,
to you.
that is
And-
Jesus.
and Jesus
Honey,
does
you don't
love.
know
Jesus,
how
please,
much Jesus loves me. You have no
No,
idea.
Jesus loves everyone. I'm not saying he doesn't, but there's a difference between love and acceptance is my
Jesus
issue.
loves everyone.
He does. I'm not
Jesus
disagreeing
loves
with that. I'm not
Jesus
disagreeing.
said, "Judge not."
Do you know
Jesus never said.
Jesus said
love
first get the
everybody
log
but
out of
gay
your own
people.
eye,
No.
and then
Jesus
and then
never
you can
said love
judge. Yes, he does.
everybody.
No, you're putting words into my mouth. You're putting. I love gay people. I love gay people, ma'am. I love gay people. I love gay people. I do. I do. But there's a difference between love and acceptance. I love them so much. I'm trying to give them eternal life in God.
They already have it. They already have it.
If you're going against the Bible and its teachings, they're not going to make it to heaven.
That's your
That's the
interpretation.
issue. There's only one interpretation.
No,
That is God.
That's your interpretation.
That is God.
Then you don't know
But
Jesus.
it doesn't matter, ma'am, what you believe. It doesn't matter what you believe or what I believe. It matters what God believes.
Bless you. You can believe whatever you want to.
I'm just trying to figure things. Can I ask you a couple more questions?
No.
Not if it's going to be like this.
But I thought pastors are told to evangelize. Why are you not evangelizing to me? I'm sorry?
What did this lady tell you in her sermon today?
Well, many parts of the sermon, the sermon weren't accurate. In Ecclesiastes, it says God will judge. She said that God will not judge. There's only one interpretation, ma'am.
Welcome to stay if you're being civil.
I'm just trying to ask questions.
Yeah.
So, like I said earlier, they change verses of the Bible.
Yeah.
And look at the rabbit's ears on that. Has she not heard of a bra? Wow, they're nearly hitting her knees.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. And they're also talking about exactly what you were talking about earlier. It's just anyway, let's just keep playing it. I'm just overwhelmed. I think I'm getting dumber the more we go here, the more I'm listening to this dribble.
Figure things out. As a teacher of God, you're supposed to talk to me. You're not talking to me.
You're kind. Look at the tolerance, the open-mindedness, the inclusiveness.
Yep. The acceptance, the whole equality and diversity.
Multiculturalism. Yeah.
Oh, he's straight. He's a straight white male. And not only that, he must, obviously, although he's, in a part of a Protestant church, obviously reads from or has a translation which would have been translated from the original, King James Bible. So at least he understands, the majority of it, the teachings, Yet these are like they're literally changing words and verses. So for serious things like what he mentioned, God will judge the world. That's a very serious thing. And when we look at when God did that once, what did he do with Noah when he decided to judge the world? He flooded the whole thing. killed everyone and every animal in its path with the water to make it reborn again, to refresh the whole system. And it's not the first time he judged it. Look at the other times where God has judged the world with nations and stuff. But the Tower of Babel.
That's exactly what I was about to mention. Exactly. One religion, one race, one language, and that's exactly what they're pushing for now.
Exactly. And then this woman changes that. God will not judge you. Our Jesus loves us. That's it. And this is the people that Christ is going to turn around and say, I go away from here, for I did not know you. I do not know who you are. And it's sad.
Speaking of which, I just got to put that comment up there. That's exactly what I feel right now. I feel a little blind and dumber.
I've lost my glasses. I've lost my glasses, dude.
I'm falling and I can't get up. Yeah.
Oh, he said that, and I think actually, where am I? I think they're on, they might be under the
Okay. Let me keep going with this thing, this craziness.
Kind,
Yeah.
my kind.
I have dealt with that growing up. I grew up in the Baptist church.
Come closer.
Baptist church, and I have had nothing but their hatred directed at me.
There's a
their
difference.
judgment. I'm done.
Do you think that I'm trying to hate? I'm not trying to hate. I'm just trying to say that this is not accurate.
Cut it out.
No, I'm just trying to say that this isn't accurate. Is my.
And I'm not trying to be funny here, no pun intended, but is it just me, or does this guy speaking, who's saying the right things and behaving, in my opinion, properly? I know some people disagree with what he's doing right here, but he's actually evangelizing and rebuking, and he's doing exactly what he should be doing it in a way that he should be doing it with love and patience and understanding and all these things.
Yeah,
but
it's chasing him away.
Well,
shows you who he's preaching to, really.
Well, Give the Gospel said it perfectly. At that point, you dust your feet. I mean, if they're running away, I mean, they're refusing the truth. So what are you going to do with that?
Yeah, he can't do much. I mean, I think he goes on to someone else, but let's see what he does.
But let me ask this: is it just me, or is the guy? Like I said, he's doing all the right things. Is he a bit effeminate? It just so happens. I find it just a little ironic. Like, he's a bit effeminate, and he's trying to approach these people, and you think they would be more open to him with that personality. Yet, because he's speaking the truth, all of a sudden he's public enemy number one.
Yeah, it was. I like the way they said, "I've dealt with your kind before." What do you mean dealt with? Well, like, yeah,
What do you
kind is one thing, but dealt with? How did you deal with them?
Then there's that. Like he's dealing with them now with absolute extreme prejudice.
Yeah, and walking away.
What do you mean, you people? You people?
You idiot.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
See, it says, "Go into the world and preach the gospel to all of creation." You're not doing that, sir. You're not doing that.
Okay, so I'm asking you, what exactly is the gospel that you're sharing?
The Bible.
We're never going to agree. Let's agree to disagree. You'll never.
That's eternal
convince-
life right there, ma'am. I can't do
I'm
that.
in eternal life.
I can't do that. When
I'm in eternal life.
in the book
I've
of
had a
Jeremiah,
miraculous heal.
it talks about false teachers, and I fear that you're a false
honor your
teacher.
beliefs. No,
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyone have an idea what she means by "I have eternal life"? Is she talking about? Is she got like her cryogenic plan already set up, or what is she talking about?
Yeah, I mean, what's she saying there? She's going, "I'm living eternal life now." No, you'll soon find out in a few years, if not probably has already, that flesh that you so desire is going to die.
Yeah.
And the world as well. The whole world will. The whole world
Yeah.
should pass, and everything in it.
I'm thinking that.
Heaven and new earth.
No, I'm thinking that the couple of bowls that she kind of bubbled earlier, when that wears off, she might realize that she's not living an eternal life.
And those pieces of paper fall off the wall. Who does that though? Come on, like
These fakes. I mean, I feel bad laughing at them, mocking them, but it's just so absurd. I mean, what else are you going to do?
Well, yeah, that's
Sorry?
But we're not doing it. We're not exactly doing it to their faces. It would be different when
Yeah.
if it was in front of them. But they're not going to see us.
Good point. Well,
I will let you guys. I just fear you guys are teaching wrong and leading people to
I'm
hell.
afraid of you because you're taking away love from the world. Jesus brought love.
I do
You're
love. I love
taking it
everyone.
away.
I love everyone. Spreading God's word's not love. That's the ultimate showing of love, man. Is spreading God's word.
Right now, children.
Ooh, go figure. I mean, speaking of, look at what
Oh,
you.
it goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we said the other night.
And
There
I
we
was just,
go.
yeah, and I was just in mid thought too. That killed my thought too. Very active in doing this. Let me play this commercial arm.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Yeah.
There, folks.
I'm sorry. I just was unwilling to.
I don't want
share.
to see the flies on the babies.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, and how much has mass media made fun of that Christian woman, the blonde from All in the Family, and her fundraisers for Africa? Where's
Have
the
you
money?
seen? Yeah, I know. Have you seen that video where they point out all the same actors in some of these so-called video clips that were taken in Gaza, where they use the same actors in at least 7 or 8 different scenes, children as well, and they've got makeup. They've even filmed. So some of them have secretly filmed them putting the makeup artists putting up the foundation on and all the fake blood and stuff like that, and then deliberately burying rubble on top of them. Then they get a team of men come,
wow.
and they're like, action. And they're there go, oh, I know, like getting people to cry, and then the money goes flowing in. And of course that money goes straight to Qatar, to the leaders of Hamas. And then they're just sat there, these leaders, just living a life of luxury in this hotel. Which is, I got this. There's a funny music video. I mean, one of the videos that we'll watch in a second is absolutely hilarious. It's the same people did the music video on it, and it is crazy. It even names the leaders as well. But yeah, it's nuts.
All right. Should I keep going with the video?
Yeah.
Excuse me, guys. I'm with her right there. Excuse, sir. I'm with her right there. He's blocking me, sir.
I'm sorry that we can't get a lot of it. I think you see it as a beginning to bring it back again.
She invited me to the rainbow room. I just want to see the rainbow room. I'm not here. I haven't disrupted anyone.
You're just causing a problem.
I haven't disrupted
You're
anyone.
trying to put it on video.
You're not
Go.
She's pushing me. This is a pastor pushing me out of her own church. I'm gonna leave if you ask me to leave. But I'm just saying she invited me into the room. What happened to love and acceptance? What happened to love and acceptance?
No.
I'm not afraid of anyone.
Please go.
I will leave. I just don't understand. You guys preach love and acceptance. You're going against your own sermon right now.
Bless your heart.
Bless you
What
too.
did you say that's offended everybody?
I haven't offended anyone. I'm just asking questions about the message.
Nobody talked to them anymore. They're just here.
Go.
Go down ahead, pancakes.
Can I come back to you?
I would be glad. I'll
Of course,
talk all
of
day.
course.
I will call the police if you're not.
Will you ask me questions? Or excuse me, can I ask you questions?
You don't want to hear the answer.
It says go into the world, preach the gospel of creation. You're not doing that.
Everybody downstairs.
It also says women shouldn't be pastors.
But if you.
It says women should be silent in the church. Just wanted to point that out.
Out of here. I'm not the minister. Go.
This is a church pushing me. This is a church
that's
pushing
right.
me.
I am. No, I'm not the church.
Pushing me.
I'm not the church.
I'm just asking
I'm not
simple
the
questions.
church.
I've not raised my voice once. You're, and he's assaulting me now. Don't touch me, sir. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
What are you gonna do?
I'll call the police for assault.
Oh
That's
no,
what
we're
I'll do.
calling the police
I'm
right
leaving.
now.
I'm leaving. You're the one that's being assaulted. Calm down, sir. God bless you guys. I pray you guys will find true God one day. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I hope you guys enjoy.
My hero.
And I don't know if you recognize the name of that church was called Unity. Yeah, they didn't want to unite with a Christian who was straight because he was straight, and he was also straight to the point.
More like Unity Train churches.
I wanted to see the Rainbow Room. Oh, do you know what? I would love to see how they perform exorcisms, Nico.
I don't know what they're doing in the Rainbow Room. Actually, I'd probably stay out of the Rainbow Room.
Yeah, that's probably why that guy blocks it, thinking, yeah, you might not like this. This is the Enema Room. We clean you up.
Great. Clean your soul.
Yeah, clean your soul, but not just your soul. Yeah.
Oy vey.
Oh dear.
I feel like I have to wash after that one.
Yeah. Oh, it's making me itch.
Oh boy. So, that's the last video I had.
Really?
Let me go back to Skype, see if we got more. I might be overlooking something.
Yeah, there is more.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you sent some more, my bad. All right, so let's do these one by one.
They're really good as well, because this we'll go over them really quick just to cover this topic, because it hits really different areas, all areas. I mean, we're talking about, like we did earlier, the Queers for Palestine, them having their own church and how they treat people who are not part of the community. Yeah, they want us to accept them in our community. So this is what I mean. They preach one thing and want, us to be loving and accepting. Yet when it comes to the other way around, it's a no-go. It's a no-go area. Now, if that guy would have rang the police, because again, this links all into one thing: the establishment, two-tier policing. The LGBTQ, then we've got the Islam. Now, if you're straight, white, patriotic, you're done for. You're guilty before, proven innocent. Not innocent, but before proven guilty.
Right.
And you've completely lost all your freedoms now, guys. I'm telling you now. It's and we're on the brink. We are on the brink of a very big upset between our own very people, which is sad. It is really sad. I don't want to be part of it, and I refuse to be part of it, but it's going to happen.
All right.
So let's watch
I'm looking at some of the other ones. I'm looking right now at the Columbia University one. Speaking of which, I remember before the lockdown, not too far away from the lockdown, leading up to, I was applying for, I put in thousands of applications. I spent a lot of time preparing for my professional career, getting off on a tangent a little bit here. But yeah, at any rate, it was frustrating that I couldn't, during the lockdown, I couldn't even get a job online. But anyways, especially when I have a master's of instructional technology online degree. Yeah, then before that, I had to check the boxes as far as my queerness degree, the level of queerness.
Joking.
No, I'm not. Universities, all the universities had this as part of the application, especially on the West Coast. But all of them.
It's the same here in the UK. The universities have gone that bad, and this is the problem. And it's like I said, there's always this link. You see this link all the time with Islam and the left. This whole one ideology fits all, but they both, although at the moment are hand in hand, they both go against one another's, ideologies anyway, and it doesn't make sense. Yet they seem at the moment to be united, which is really strange. So, yeah, it's like this whole box ticking thing. Like I said, in Hamas, like with Hamas, they started by teachers indoctrinating children at a young age, and by within 18 years, you have a generation, a whole generation of brainwashed men that are ready to do whatever you taught them in schools. And they were teaching in Gaza for the UNRWA schools from two people who I have personally on my Facebook that have given interviews. Check out Dor Shachar, which is Dorschar. His interviews on YouTube, where they were teaching the children in his class and himself that Jews had 3 legs and an eye in the middle of their head. And when he broke out of Gaza and got into Israel, he was looking for a Jew with 3 legs and couldn't find one. And he thought it was strange, and instead he ended up finding a loving guy who changed his life for the better, and he's now... I've never heard of this before. I've heard of Muslims becoming Christians and Christians becoming Muslims, but he was a Muslim that became a Jew. And he changed his name to Dor and Shachar. Dor Shachar. And there's a really amazing documentary that he just made with PragerU. Again, I suggest you check it out. It's called Infidels, a Message to America, which will tell you exactly what went on, what it was like for him growing up and living in Palestine, and what they do to homosexuals there, and infidels as a whole, how they think of the West, how the West is portrayed there, and how Israel's portrayed there. And he gives a warning. Once Israel is done with by Hamas or Hezbollah or any of them, once Iran or any other Islamic state or caliphate has taken care of Israel, we're next. And if they don't get away with it this time, I'm pretty sure once they either have a new state or become a two-state, you give it another 10 years, and then they'd probably be in a position where they can. And then, but that's for a subject for another day. We must cover Iran and the future for nuclear weapons. That's what I wanted to cover at one point, because they're pretty much there already. So
yeah, I just realized YouTube's gonna be picking up on the videos that I'm showing, and now I'm gonna be bombarded with these thumbnails of yeah, it's going to be a nightmare logging on. Giddy,
you're going to have an algorithm.
People, pray for me, please. Pray for me.
Come on here one day, and I'll see you dressed up as.
Oh God, no! That's definitely not going to happen. No, trust me. Nothing of the sort. Nothing of the sort. God forbid. All right. So, is this the video you're talking about? PragerU?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Dear Infidels, a warning to America. It's amazing.
Okay, I'll share that link in Skype, but it was actually pretty easy to find. Just in case it's the wrong one, if that character you named is not in there, I encourage people to find the real one. It sounds like a real cool thing to check out.
Yeah, there's Dor Shachar. He's I'll write his name in there now.
Yeah, I had it. I just clicked out of it. My bad. Let me ask you, what should we tackle next? The universities, the Purism, or Islam? Kind of all in one, but...
Yeah, well, do that Columbia University video. That's...
Yeah.
Well, that was the one that you had up earlier, the one with...
Well, he was talking about Islam, actually.
Yeah, he was talking... Yeah, that's... the Queers for Palestine. That's a pretty good video.
Oh, really? Okay. All right, so let's do that one then. All right.
It just basically backs up what I'm saying. So at least then you guys know, it's not me. This is not me making it up. This is what's happening there, and it doesn't make sense. These Queers for Palestine. This is what I'm saying. If you are part of this LGBTQ community, or you celebrate Pride, I want you to come and have a discussion about this, because this isn't right. Everything that you preach about all this, as queers in Palestine and all this stuff. Look, here you go. Hear what it's like for yourself.
Yeah, I might have a confession later. We'll see how we're feeling about that. But remind me, and we'll see what happens. All right, so go with the video. My bad. Let's do it.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, let's have some volume.
For Gaza. We heard from a lot of you about our segment last night on Gays for Gaza. In fact, at many marches, you now see a combo version of the Palestinian and gay pride flags.
See what I said about the mix?
Clear, for example, this man who's ripping off his...
There you go. Like I said, you see what I said about the mix? Isn't it funny how it's all hand in hand? Because it is, and this is what happened in Iran, and that's how Iran fell. And now it's happening in the West.
About the mix? I'm not catching a word.
Yeah, well, the ideologies going hand in hand. Islam and the left, the woke.
Yeah, it's all the same. Baphomet. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Baphomet analyzation. Anti-Christian. Yeah, onerous Satanism, paganism.
Is closed to show you a Palestinian flag. Wouldn't last 5 minutes in Gaza. Being gay in Gaza does not work. Hamas throws suspected gays off buildings or drags them behind motorcycles. It's not just Gaza. In the West Bank, a group beheaded this man, 25 years old, for being gay. That Gays for Gaza didn't march then. Iran hangs gays systematically. Imams both in the West Bank and Gaza call on Arabic TV channels, call for the murder of gays, and the irony is rich. Palestinians look at gays and Jews about the same way and talk about them about the same way. As we said, we heard from a lot of you about this segment. Author of God vs. Gay, The Religious Case for Equality, Rabbi Jay Michelson, perhaps looks at things a little bit differently than we did and joins us now to discuss it. Hi, Rabbi.
Hi, great to be here, Leland.
Yeah, thank you. I understand you may take a slight issue with my view of these things.
You know what I take issue with? The fact that he has a rabbi and not a priest expressing their opinion. It's real easy to get a rabbi on there, but why not a Catholic priest even? I mean, if you want to, if you want to get people's attention, that would. But anyway.
But then again, as well, like Pope Francis said, he doesn't actually. The people in the gay marriage as well. People say, "Oh no, in Catholicism, it's okay to be gay, and you can even have a gay marriage." No, the marriage is not gay itself. He does not bless. They don't actually bless the marriage, but they bless the individuals. That's what they do.
Well,
so
no, I'm just saying I'm confident that's going to change soon, and it already is changing. I mean, it's changing across the board, as we saw.
They can. Pope Francis even said in an interview that he did a public interview about a month ago, and he said we can't go against God's words. We can't. He said we say it's okay for them to get married, and they do the marriage. That's fine. However, they don't bless the marriage. So they don't become one flesh. He said,
okay,
it's impossible because it's God's word.
Yeah, forgive me. I'm trying to be confrontational, but you know what that is? That's called dialectics to some people. Double speak for those who read 1984. I call it being split-tongued. Speaking out of both sides of his mouth. I mean, simply put. I mean, especially as a Catholic, what is marriage? Is that not a sacrament?
I don't think it is in Catholicism.
Oh, okay. Oh,
you have 5 sacraments, don't you, in Catholicism? I'm pretty sure.
I don't know that. Okay. Well, Orthodox it isn't. Okay, so I stand corrected. If that's the case, then I guess maybe he can finagle pun
I
intended.
think it's Eucharism, baptism. So the Eucharist, baptism, confession. I don't even know if fasting is one of the. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure.
Well, look it up and shake Google. But if anyone's Catholic out there and has the facts on that, please let us know what the sacraments are, whether that marriage specifically is a sacrament.
Thank you. Give the gospel of Jesus. Hopefully, yeah. We'll. That's the next. That is my next milestone, if you like. 10K. That would be great.
Yeah. Wow.
10K subs. I'll be so happy. I'm gonna try and get a countdown thing for it.
Sorry, I'm moving in with you when you hit 10K. All right. All right. Let me. Yeah.
Well, I should state, kind of my bona fides. I definitely don't agree with some of the political positions that are being put forth by these kind of hard left LGBTQ organizations, but I don't quite condemn them in the same way that others might.
All right, this is look. There's a point to be made that the Palestinian people, and by that I mean innocent Palestinians. You lived in Israel for a long time. I did as well. And there is a group of people who just want a better life for their kids. They want to live in peace and harmony. There is that group inside both Gaza and the West Bank. At times it can be a small group, but it's there. I understand standing up for them. I get that, and I get at a time when of heightened tensions that it's worth discussing. What I don't understand is the marches that we have seen, and we'll put up some of them, of the Gays in Gaza group marching and chanting. Take a listen. All right, and then there was this one, From the River to the Sea. Take a listen. All right, and the band.
Am I the only one who just wants to break out in a dance with that last one? Boom, 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 with the African drum beats. Want to do a little break dancing? No? All right. But I'm just saying, this stuff is catchy. I don't think that's by accident.
Banner says Gays for Gaza right there, and at the same time, they're chanting for the destruction of the state of Israel. And I'm just wondering how to square that.
Well, let's take a step back. So again, first, it's kind of unusual because I'm defending a position I don't agree with, but just to give it its fair, its fair due.
Yeah.
Most LGBTQ people, we've been persecuted for who we are, and that leads to a certain kind of solidarity with other people who we.
Hold the presses. Did he just say he's queer?
No.
All right. Let me hear that again, because I could have swore he just confessed it.
I don't think he did.
Been persecuted for who we are. Fair due.
Yeah.
Most LGBTQ people, we've been persecuted for who we are. And
a gay Jew. Oh, what do you know? All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's no surprise to me as a student of mass media in Hollywood, but just put that out there.
I think there's more to it. We got to see the rest, yeah.
All right.
Oh, and give the gospel of Jesus is the Mediterranean Sea they're talking about. The Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. The whole of Israel.
To a certain kind of solidarity with other people who we think or who we perceive are being persecuted. So again, I have a different read of Israel-Palestine politics, but it is definitely the case that there are thousands of innocent Palestinians who've been killed already in Gaza. That doesn't say that the operation isn't justified. It just says that there are innocent people who are suffering. Yeah. As far as I understand it, I'm sure you can find
collateral damage. I'm just putting that out there.
A couple of radicals who are actually for Hamas, and I would agree that that is a kind of ridiculous position. Certainly, the people who I know, my friends, I have friends who marched in one of those marches in Brooklyn.
For crying out loud, I'm going to have nightmares. Where's the nuclear bomb right there? Where is it? Sorry. I mean, seriously, I'm getting tormented. I can't take it, man. I'm going to have a confession near the end of the stream, another personal testimony, and put the rest of this nonsense. I mean, I've had it. Yeah, I mean, it's not your fault. It's mass media's fault that I'm going to be tormented for a few days now after all this imagery.
They're not for Hamas, they're for Palestinians. They're for a ceasefire,
You're lazy.
and that's their belief. And for me, I don't see that. They're fully aware, I think.
Dude, I
At least the ones
can't
that I
take
know
it.
are
You might
fully
have to do
aware
producer
that
there. I
Hamas
can't take this.
is an Islamic fundamentalist organization that has no space for feminism.
Unless I could do producer with my eyes closed, I don't know how much more of this I could take.
Let alone LGBTQ equality. That being said, there are Palestinians who are people and who are being, the perception is that they're being oppressed and that they're being caught in the
I guess my
crossfire of
question,
this war.
I'll give you the last word. We got 15 seconds. Wouldn't all those Palestinians who are being oppressed be better off without Hamas?
Sure, but that's not what the march is calling for. Ceasefire. The march is calling for people, and to me, I see it as a sign of integrity that a community is willing to stand up for people who won't stand up for us. The people who I know who are participating in these protests have a high degree of moral integrity, and even though I disagree strongly with their view, I see it as something that I admire.
All right. Well, fair enough. We always admire people who are willing to come on and have a conversation with us, whether they agree or not. Rabbi, thank you for the perspective. We appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on.
All right. Yo. Yeah. Like I said, I'm scarred for life. Shall we watch another one? Yeah. Go for it. Oh man. Seriously,
Did you see the demonic dancing and everything like that? You could see, to me, you can see how satanic it is. You see it there, like, as a Christian, you can pretty much tell just by looking at someone. I seen the eyes, that everything about, with all that. It was very, demonized. It was scary. It was, yeah, it's freaky, isn't it? That's what I said. It's freaky.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to get to that. Just how freaky. I mean, no joke. I will get to that. But and those of you who have the stamina, buckle up because I'm going to get raw near the end of the stream. But yeah, let's go on to the next subjugation of torture video.
That Columbian University one, I think that's a funny one.
Well, all right. Let me go over this one.
Because we have to celebrate Pride, whilst we're, it's Pride.
Yeah, let's watch this one, man, because I got it queued up. Yeah.
So this is the dangers of puberty blockers. So yeah, going back to let's talk real life now.
Yeah.
So this is big in schools now. Once you say to a teen, especially here in the UK, you have a drag queen come in, tells you that you can do this, do that, be who you want to be, blah blah blah. You can change your gender today and be a different gender tomorrow. Have a different pronoun today and different pronoun tomorrow. Blah blah blah. But what they don't tell you is that they don't have to tell the parents here. You don't have to. And they can get people involved to start talking before the parents even know about the future of this child, whether it's going to become, let's say, a boy if it was a girl, or a girl if it was a boy. And they'll already start talking about this before the parents even know anything about it. And they'll have this discussion with the child whether they want to have access. Now, children don't know much about even medication, or anything like that. If you ask children what's in Calpol, they'll just say, oh, it's strawberries, or whatever flavor it is. Let alone puberty blockers. And they are dangerous. And, it's like, if it's not good for you, then don't do it. It's like anyone knows if you pick up a cigarette or anything, you're going to die from smoking after a while. Some people get lucky, they don't. But it is bad for you. It's bad for your health. It's like if I go and, which I do, stuff my face with pizza, and stuff like that. If you do it every day, eventually you'll end up.
Your mic just went out. Can you hear me? Oh yeah, you can hear me. All right. All right. So while we're figuring that out, let me go ahead and play the video. No, you're gonna have to probably log out, log back in, probably, or battery died or something. There we go. You're back. Someone
You hear
back.
me now, yeah?
Yep.
So
We just lost you again. What is going on? Maybe it's an automatic setting. This is why we don't jam microchips into our brains, people.
can you hear me now?
Yep, clearly.
Yeah, so my new microphone, guys.
New microphone, made in China. Oh, didn't say that. Did I say that out loud?
Don't say the C word, Nico.
Sorry. All right.
God damn it. So yeah, so taking something that's completely against your biochemistry is really going to do some damage. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that. And puberty blockers are more dangerous than people think, yet they're prescribing them to children like they're sweets. So let's watch a video on how dangerous it can be.
A man can never be a woman, or a woman can never be a man. There are two gametes. There are ova and there are sperm. There's no third gamete. You are born with an X chromosome and a Y chromosome, or with two X chromosomes, and there's no way to change that. I am Dr. Marian Retigliano. I did a residency in internal medicine, a fellowship in critical care. I practiced emergency medicine for a number of years. I currently work evaluating research on the human health effects of toxic chemicals. Medicine is supposed to be based on evidence. We speak about evidence-based medicine. We speak about the art and science of medicine. You can't take care of a patient without weighing risk versus benefits. And I think in what's happening with kids, in terms of gender identity, the science is not there, and what is there is being disregarded. Are the long-term effects of puberty blockers and transition surgery known? Well, not really. I mean, the data's just not there. The research studies just aren't there. A lot happens during puberty. The development of your body, the development of your mind. The harms are really in the long term, and we know what some of the harms are. We know what these medications do. You can give Lupron to a woman with endometriosis or PCOS, and we know that there's going to be dangers to it because there are limitations on how long you can give those medications. We know that there are going to be harms down the line, but those harms aren't even known. I mean, we know there's going to be problems with bone density because that's what happens even when you take it when you're supposed to. There's not a coherent body of well-researched literature that's been collected over the years. There are no long-term studies, or very few long-term studies. The studies that there are really do not show very promising results, but most doctors aren't aware of those. Doctors are human beings. You want people to feel better. You're kind of busy. You don't know all the controversy surrounding it.
Sorry,
Yeah,
talking
scary,
with the mic
isn't it?
off. Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, I'm glad she's speaking the truth, but now it feels like she's making excuses for these people that are doing it. But at any rate, someone who looks like her who's speaking the truth, that's really edifying. It really is. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. She said it from the start. She said that there's no way of changing it. You are either born with X and Y chromosome or X and X chromosome. There is no third membrane. And these, so she's basically saying a boy cannot be a girl cannot be a boy. You have these chromosomes, okay, in this biological way. If you start tampering with those in any way, that's it. It like you're going to cause a lot of damage.
Mm. And that's like the video that I started with. Maybe I should pull it back up. One of my favorite scenes is from The Island of Dr. Moreau, the later version with Val Kilmer and Marlon Brando. Yeah, basically, it was like, I think, 89 film. At any rate, yeah, there's a scene in there where the creatures are complaining. They're basically saying that all this experimentation is being done on them with bad results. allegedly to help to make civilization evolve, and progress, and those types of buzzwords. Yet, what about them, the victims of all this onerous insanity? And the line is, don't we have feelings? What about us? How do what we think? So basically, yeah, I mean, allegedly they care and all these things, but they don't. They're just pushing this Baphomet worship, idolization, on society, on children, because they're influential and they can manipulate. And since the lockdown, they've basically implemented all out, what do you want to call this? The end of the world. I mean, really. I mean, it's the lockdown through mass media has empowered these wondrous, diabolical people in charge to do what they're doing. Again, at the beginning, or at the other stream, I showed CIA declassified documents, Project Mockingbird, Project MK Ultra. These are not conspiracy theories. Maybe I should show it again so people can see it here. This is a reality. I mean, these governments, let's look at, I'm sorry, I'm going off a tangent. Just I'm trying to put this in perspective for those that are still doubting the validity of what I'm saying and what everyone's saying here. What about this, what to me is the second biggest plague of the 20th century, and that is cancer. I mean, this is a very touchy subject for all of us, because all of us know at least one person who's died from cancer. Not a good thing at all, to say the least. So you tell me, people, it's been around for about a century, cancer. It didn't exist before. And what does it mean to say that you have a legal amount of cancer? How do you have an illegal amount of cancer? Is that kind of like like Islam and pedophilia? Oh, just a tip, and therefore it's okay?
Well, we all know healthcare is a business, don't we? And they had a cure for cancer, and this was ages ago. Cures were found ages ago. I was talking about this earlier, funnily enough. But obviously they can't. If they brought a cure, funnily enough, there's a guy who I watched, and I'm a walking, living proof that there is cures found already for diseases that they won't let you know about. And there was this guy from America, funnily enough, who they asked to try take part of this project. They had 30 liver transplant patients who needed transplants, and they were so ill. They were jaundiced, they were laid in bed, they couldn't move. They were really ill. So this doctor or professor tried investigating, and it took him all of about 6 months, and he came up with this cocktail of 3 ingredients: milk thistle, R-fraction lipoic acid, and selenium. And he mixed all 3 together in a cocktail and injected these patients with this R-fraction lipoic acid, which is an active part of lipoic acid, selenium, and milk thistle, which helps your liver. Lo and behold, within a 6-month period, every single one of those patients was walking normal and back on their feet and didn't need a transplant. Their cirrhosis was reversed and they were fine. Now, I have end-stage liver disease, so I have cirrhosis.
Wow.
So I wanted to see, and I was looking up for ages, trying to find out if there was any paperwork or any experiments that had been done that, people may have been helped by in the past. And I come across that doctor. So I tested it. I thought, I've got nothing to lose. So I took the free supplements, R-fractional lipoic acid, selenium, and milk thistle. Got it off Amazon. It's easy. After 6 months, I went for a fiber scan, which is a scan that flicks your liver, and it can tell how stiff your liver is. So I had one, and they have a different scale. So anything above 7. So it's a scale that goes from 0 to 70. 70 is a dead person's liver. It's as hard as a brick wall.
Wow.
Yet the less you go down, the more spongier it is, your liver. So anything after level 7 is classed as cirrhosis. So between 3 and 4 is fatty liver, and between 4 and 7 is severe fatty liver, and then anything after 7 is classed as cirrhosis. When I first went to have my fiber scan, then I was 53 or 54. They were surprised that I was alive. I was vomiting blood. I had what they call varices, esophageal varices, where there are blood clots in your esophagus, and they burst because of the pressure that's in your liver that builds up. And you can bleed to death. It's known. It's very fatal. I've been on death's door 3 times and brought back a couple of times myself. That's what you get from drinking. So yeah, I took this for 6 months, and I went and had a fiber scan 6 months later. Now, cirrhosis is irreversible. Cirrhosis means fibrosis, and fibrosis is scarring. So it's scar tissue. So once you've got something scarred, it can't go back. It's impossible. So I took these supplements for 6 months. Went back for a fiber scan. My fiber scan come back as 19 from 53 or 54 points. So I'm only 12 points off of that borderline cirrhosis. Yeah, I was 53 and 54. They told me it would never get better, it would just get worse. And yeah, so my liver now is more spongier than it was. So that doctor, I think his name was Dr. Alex Pugh. I'm not too sure, but he was right, and I just couldn't believe it. Yet once he got found out, and he tried getting approved for his own hospital to do treatments, they struck him off, and they banned him. They took his medical license away from him in America. So there you go. It happens a lot, and they've even proved that cannabis can definitely help with cancer, CBD oils and stuff like that. There's loads of it's all mainly. I mean, I always believe that God has given every remedy, and there's something we just have to, find it. And I believe we have found it all, but establishments, governments won't allow us to use it, or the remedies that they know we can have, they just won't allow it because it's the biggest business in the world.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, definitely there's a couple of cures going, and sorry to hear. You may have told me this before and I don't remember, but yeah, man, sorry. I mean, you've told me about the stuff, but I didn't realize it was cancer and all that. But it does sound like you've been given a second lease on life, they call it, a second chance, right?
Eventually I'll have to have a transplant. That's inevitable. And every 6, I've got a 73% chance of getting cancer. So because of that, every 6 months I have to have an ultrasound. So they keep an eye on it just in case, so that if I do get it, they can jump on it straight away. So yeah.
I'm just sharing this. I don't want to say it out loud or whatever, put it in chat. So I'm doing it this way. Those 2 things would have ended the lockdown and all of the yes. But except instead of giving the cure, as you mentioned, of a thing that wasn't as lethal as they fabricated it to be, we went through, and they're still going through all the other diabolically backward BS. Again, I spent 5 hours on this. I encourage everyone to go look on Rumble on my account on 2 weeks to flatten the curve. When will it ever end? Something to that effect.
Is that what's in the serums?
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about it because that after 5 hours, and I presented all the facts, but at the end when I started talking about Nuremberg 2.0, it seemed that might have been what did it. I'm not sure. Or the doctors, the virologists, who were just covering all the facts 3 months into the lockdown. They, I mean, it's damaging, devastating, especially if you look back at it, what they were saying and all the stuff that followed. That alone puts everyone in prison and trials. And anyway, I didn't mean to get off on a tangent. I just wanted to bring to attention those that are doubting how vile these governments are and what they're willing to do it, still making excuses for it, still living in denial, cognitive dissonance, they call it these days. I mean, again, look at cancer, and then there's mass media, but everything else under the sun too. It's, to say they don't care, I think is not even accurate. I think they care that they want the population not what it is right now, and that's evident too. Should we show the rest of that other video, or I mean the video we're just watching? Yeah, okay.
Let's move on to the next.
The next one,
which is the DNA. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the next one. Ooh. Oh no. Okay. So I've got Mommy, I Don't Want to Be a Boy from CBN. Minor Attracted, short. Oh my God. I'm gay.
We've got to go through it because it's this is important. So let's do the mummy one. So this is curriculum. Now this was 3 years ago. It's been updated since then and got worse. So you got RSE here in the UK, which goes as deep as teaching children about masturbation, about touching yourself around people, when to do it, when not to do it. Absolutely all sorts of disgusting things. I do have pictures of the curriculum, so I'll have to get them and send them to Nico and cover that another time. And there are some parents that have tried withdrawing their children from the class when this is being taught. However, if you do, or take your children away from the school on the day they're teaching it, you can be fined up to £60. So it's almost like you don't have a choice. Like they're basically saying, if you do not let us teach your kids this, then we'll fine you. We'll financially burden you.
I want to share another personal story and anecdote after this, if you don't mind. But let's watch this first, so it'll justify my anecdote. And I've said another stream, but let's say it again.
A family can be made up in many different ways.
It's called SOGI, for Sexual Orientation and Gender Identification, a curriculum that teaches public school students across Canada to celebrate the homosexual lifestyle and that gender is fluid. In other words, your gender is not dependent on what parts you were born with, but rather what you feel like in the moment.
There's people that are boys, there's people that are girls. There are people whose gender might be a little bit of both, or might even be neither.
Okay, let's keep going. I just thought maybe I had some comment, but I don't want to hold things up too much. But yeah, we all know that's not a reality. That there is a reality to what she said scientifically. I think the percentage, ironically, speaking of the non-lethal fabricated gain of function plague they unleashed, there was like less than 5%. It was like 0.01% actually are born hermaphrodites or something to that effect, what she just described. So it's a percentage of the population that's
No,
So
no, she's going on as if she was saying there's some people who decide.
yeah, I understand. But she
Yeah.
said, but I'm just addressing the verbiage that she used. She can make that argument technically and be correct to a degree of 0.0, I think 1%. You can look it up. But scientifically, what she's saying, she's at best stretching the truth and trying to justify this Baphomet idol worship by, using that verbiage. That's what I'm trying to say. She's playing word games, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, because there's a difference. You can get physical hermaphrodites that are born with both genitals. That's someone who is genuinely someone that could be a mix. But you've got this now new doctrine of it's not physical, it's mental. You can be whatever you feel like, not fact. So not physical, not what's between your legs, but how you feel on the day. And facts don't care about feelings, guys. We've heard this one before. Facts do not care about your feelings. Feelings, you don't wake up and go, do you know what? I feel like a pancake. And then just lie there and expect someone to pour maple syrup on you. It's that ironic. That's how it sounds.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the clip, the segment, the thing. I don't feel safe right now. I mean, yeah, I don't feel safe right now. But if I hear someone else say out of the blue, I don't feel safe right now, I'm going to encourage them to go see a psychiatrist.
I want to see the safe space.
I don't. So they're publicly admitting that they're paranoid. They're psychotic, and we should direct them quickly and immediately to get some help. Yeah, yeah. The heterosexually challenged. Oy vey.
Lessons include books about transgender children, such as 10,000 Dresses, and songs like the Rainbow Song.
Gender won't decide the choices we make. Some boys like dressing up, some girls like catching snakes.
The Soji curriculum started in British Columbia in 2016 and is quickly spreading throughout Canada.
I just thought, who decided that this was okay?
So the West Coast all the way up to Canada. Go figure. I don't know why that surprised me. Alaska too. Let's be real. But
Canada, blame Canada. South Park. I love that.
Yeah, but also British Columbia is not as populated, so I think they're taking advantage of smaller populations too, on top of the West Coast culture apparently. Yeah.
To teach our children.
Author and inspirational speaker Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson is a leading voice against the Soji curriculum.
And we are seeing the results of that now because some kids are reacting very emotionally and saying, and they're in fear. Will I suddenly struggle with feeling like a different gender inside of my body?
Carrie Simpson of Culture Guard, another leading opponent, calls the curriculum nothing short of child abuse.
All those beautiful qualities that make young girls, beautiful girls and women, are being basically vilified. The things that make our boys are being, taken from them. So things of equating young men to being strong protectors is something that's now evil.
But Morgan Auger, a transsexual and supporter, claims it's about acceptance, not indoctrination.
The idea is to teach kids that and there are
oh my God, help!
Gay parents
I don't feel safe. Help me!
And everybody's wanted and desired. That's what our human rights code says, and it's the role of schools to teach the following of our laws, right?
Simpson disagrees, saying she sees Soji's real goal as
no. Someone should have called the police on that freak.
So now let's think. There's children that used to like. When I was younger, I used to like. My idols used to be people like Rocky Balboa,
Hoorah.
or Arnold Schwarzenegger, or David Beckham, something like that, or Winston Churchill. And now it's, but there's a difference here, right? Because what they're trying to say is it goes from girls can do what boys can do and boys can do what girls can do. That's fine. Like, yeah, okay, I get that. Right. If a girl wants to be like a plumber or an electrician, that's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's because that's just a trade. That's a trade. That there's a difference. But when you're slipping in, and especially when it comes to the topic of children, when you're going in and you bring in a subject, every subject to a child it's almost, especially if it's new, it's exciting for them because it's all new. And if you make it all jazzy and very colorful, because children love colors, they're very, because they're young, everything's new, everything's impressionable to children. And this is what they know. This is what I said about the indoctrination and brainwashing. Children can be very, very influenced very easily. And this is why they target children. This is what Hamas did to bring up a generation of mass murderers who do not really care about people in Israel and life and stuff as general. Mm-hmm. And that's why they're willing to die. They want to die because they're going to go to heaven to get their 72 whores. And that's what they genuinely believe. And they've been taught only that. They don't know anything different. And now it's happening here in the West, but with this perverse, nonsensical ideological. Oh, it's disgusting. It's horrible. It's distasteful, and it is child abuse. It is child abuse. There is no other way to put it. It is child abuse. You don't go talking about the birds and the bees. I personally believe it is up to the parents to talk to their children about stuff like that. And if they want to talk about it further, then you do that in possibly the last year of secondary school. Or high school, whatever you want to call it, when they're around the age of reaching puberty, not before. You don't do it before. And the only reason I say that you teach it around the age of puberty is because they're maturing now, their bodies are changing, and not only that, if they start when you get all these hormones going on, and what kids are like, they decide they want a boyfriend or a girlfriend. If there's going to be, an accident or whatever, you need to be able to teach them the consequences of their actions. That's what I'm talking about. And they shouldn't even go as far as in schools as saying sexual intercourse is okay, you can go and do it as long as it's safe, because they use this word safe now to promote contraception. They did that when I was at school, so they shouldn't even be doing that. Because they were encouraging me when I was at school to basically go and use a condom. It's okay, you can go and have sexual intercourse as long as you use a condom. That was the selling point for my age.
Yeah.
Now it's you can go and have sexual intercourse with absolutely anyone you want. Whereas when I was born in that era in the 90s, you had the AIDS pandemic, which was very, very worrying, and a lot of people died. It was horrific. So you're going from one extreme to another within the space of, 20, 30 years?
Not even that. No, it was less than that. At least in the States it was.
Exactly. You're going from an AIDS pandemic where you're trying to say, listen, avoid at all costs, anything to do with anal sex or anything like that. Yet now they're pushing for... and then from that, it went to, it's okay, you can have sex as long as it's protected. So now it's, do you know what? It's okay. You can have sex with who you want, when you want, where you want, in this hole, that hole, whatever. And nobody can judge you about it. And if they do, they can get arrested. So I'll tell you what, use this word, use that word. And hey, we're a community now as well. So why don't you join us? They're promoting it. They're selling it. It's not teaching them acceptance at all. It's influencing young minds to basically take it on. And because it's new, it's like, I remember when people, remember you have new crazes at school, and you always had a kid that was different. When I was at school, there was always this kid who always had these tanks and these little soldiers. I couldn't afford them, but he was impressionable in the class because he was different. He had something different. I wanted to be like him. I wanted to have those tanks and those soldiers. So I did everything I could to try and be like that kid because he was different to everyone else. And it's the same as when you got someone coming in going, "Oh, I don't have the same pronouns as you. My pronouns are this." And then another kids are going to think, "Oh, well, I want to be like you. You're my best friend. I want to be like you." Oh, I don't. You know, when children say, when some kid, "What do you want for tea, Joel?" And they go, "Oh, I want chicken nuggets and chips or whatever." And then he goes, "I want what my friend wants." You know, kids are like that. And this is why they're using it, because they can't, it's not just a small amount that they're going to be able to indoctrinate. They're going to brainwash a lot. And I'm sorry, but how does that fit in that the whole pro-masculine white man is being destroyed? And the same as women, like for women, their freedom's being taken away, and their safety, more importantly, is being taken away now. Now you're having these men dressed up as women using changing rooms, following in mothers with their daughters and stuff. I mean, there's been many cases where men have been caught masturbating in changing rooms around children and their mothers and stuff.
Wow.
Yet, when they've been quizzed or questioned on it, they've said, "Well, hang on a minute, I'm a woman. What are you on about?" And it gets dropped, and the police leave it because they don't want to be, you know, criticized or have a complaint put in claiming that they're homophobic. So they avoid the whole situation. And now the police are more scared of the people, and the people are scared of the police. So it's just, it goes around in this circle of corruption. Everything's corrupted. Nothing's normal anymore. Nothing's right anymore. Everything just doesn't make sense. It's a sign of the times, Nico.
Yeah. Long story short. Yeah, and I just want to go back and add to what you're saying. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Peer learning, scientifically speaking. You know, corporations have even paid little children to go and have parties, the popular kids, to promote new products like clothing and all that, and it was effective. So, but also, I mean, you look at Carl Jung, going back as far as the emasculation, that goes back to the early 20th century. I thought it was like maybe a communist movement, but it actually goes back to the early 20th century, not mid 20th century. Yeah, but also the thing that you mentioned on top of that earlier about the condoms thing, pushing those in schools. I remember that too, and I remember thinking, why are they portraying having a baby as a disease? Because back then AIDS was a big thing too. So, you know, have safe sex, AIDS, safe sex. You're not going to have a baby because having a baby is the worst thing that could happen to a person.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it's just disturbing. All right, shall we keep going with this video or do a different one?
Yeah, no, let's keep going.
All right.
It's important.
Altering our culture from a heteronormative society into one where anything goes, no boundaries, no values, no morals. It's a hedonistic cult, basically, what they're implying.
Another blaring example, drag queen story time. It's happening in Canada and America, where some public schools and libraries invite drag queens, some dressed like horned demons, to read to young children.
And it's a social deconstructionist agenda. They're using children, little 5-year-olds, to accomplish this. And parents are waking up and saying no.
When asked about parents' rights, OJ says,
well, actually, in Canada, parents' rights are limited and children's rights are put ahead. So the child has the right to be protected from the parents when the parents behave badly.
Canada is known as one of the most gay-friendly countries in the world, with many of their largest cities featuring their own gay villages, like here in Vancouver, which has literally rolled out the Rainbow Road. Most gays, like village resident Dave Davy DiCarlo, support Soji and limiting parental rights.
The change that we have to see.
I mean, Canada's not the only place, of course. You know, we have that in the States too.
And we've got it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's grown. This video was made, what did she say, 2016?
Oh wow. Okay. There you go.
So, or 2017. So
Right.
It's grown since then, and we see it now as not. This was news.
Yeah.
So that's why I sent you this, because when this came out, people were like, "That's not going on, really," or "Really, is this happening?"
Exaggerated.
And I want you to pay close attention right now whilst it's paused. Look at the news company that covered this.
Yeah.
And look how they are now about this all. So there's, during just that short period of time, you've got them reporting on this like it's something alien, like it's something crazy, that it shouldn't be happening, to now, if you look at a CB News or CNN or anyone like that, they paint it like it's completely normal, and if anyone's against it, they'll show that as, you know, this. So it's in such a small 6 years, 6 years or 7 years, and look just how much change there is. They've gone from looking at it like it's alien to now, if you abuse it, you know, it's, you're in the wrong. And this guy trying to limit the parents' rights, like, what can you do if you as a parent are not allowed to parent your own child anymore? This is basically what was written in the Bible. You know, you're going to have parents obeying their kids, not kids obeying their parents. I mean, they've already gone so anal about disciplining children. I mean, that's a subject we were talking about earlier, right? Some people are different in regards to how they discipline children. Like when I was a child, I had a smacked bottom, you know, from when I was being naughty, and that taught me a lesson. So when I was thinking about being naughty, I didn't want to have that, because I knew that if my dad did it, it was something that you really wanted to avoid. So that teaches that there's consequences to your actions. And people don't get that nowadays. It's gone that woke. It's like, no, actually, there's a saying now that I heard someone close in the family say, we don't discipline bad behavior, we just reward good behavior. That someone, yeah. And I thought, you don't discipline bad behavior. And you could see that in the way that the child acts. Believe me.
Right. Yeah, I mean, again, having spent all these years preparing for a career in education, and including a psychology degree, I graduated with distinction. Yeah, I mean, I basically was one of the few lone voices in the wilderness shouting, warning about these things. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just didn't say. I said a lot there without really saying anything, but it's also late. My brain's not working well right now. But
listen to what this guy has to say. Taking the rights of parents.
I mean, I really wanted to get these points across, but that's all right. I forgot. I should have wrote them down.
No,
all right.
What was it you wanted to say?
I don't know. That's the problem. Forgot. All right, let's see.
Is sometimes the parents, and the kids are doing actually really okay.
This is very scary stuff.
Longtime Vancouver area pastor Kevin Kavanaugh says this is far more serious than most Canadian Christians realize.
Our problem is not the teachers, the educators, the administrators. This is a battle in the heavenlies.
He says Satan is going after their most vulnerable, the children.
And the little girl came home in tears because the teacher had told her, since she was playing with some toys in the class that were deemed to be masculine in nature, that she was likely a boy in a girl's body.
All right, before you comment, you're finding this video, I just wanted to say, and sharing it, presented the way you just did.
Brilliant! 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 Brilliant!
But as far as the mass media, like the point you're saying, how just a few years ago they're presenting this in a much more real way, and now they're completely sold out at best. At best, so it's not so much about money, but yeah, that definitely is a driving vehicle.
I ain't no thief. I'm an honest hoe. And all my hoes is honest.
Yeah, there's just no honors among thieves. That's just the biggest lie. There's no honor amongst thieves. Yeah.
But like he said, this is Satan going after our, the most vulnerable, which is the children.
Mm. And the very ones that God again puts on a pedestal, says, "Be like them, and don't you dare harm them, not even a hair."
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's worse. The problem is, we look at this video now and we think this is bad. Then, as if this would, if we was watching this now, we're thinking, yeah, this is really bad. But this was, like I said, 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago. This was all new then, and now it's like 100, if not 1,000 times worse. Where even the police officers here in the UK, they dress up for Pride Month. They attend the festivals and dance with the people there, and they paint the vehicles, in the rainbow colors, and they do this and they do that, and it's completely wrong. So it shows that the police have an agenda now, when they shouldn't. The police should not have any political view or take any part in politics whatsoever. They are civil servants. They're there to serve and protect, not take part in political demonstrations. Yet we're seeing it every day, not just with LGBTQ, but with pro-Palestine, with everything nowadays that goes completely against what we consider our traditional values and culture, our Christian nations. We were built with Christian, like this guy, he may be from a church that we may not agree with or whatever, but he is completely right. This is something going against, this is a dark entity going against our children. And whether you're Christian or not, guys, you must admit, this was never preached before, and it's come out of nowhere very quickly, and it's apparently normal. So don't think that society can change that quick without something big behind it.
Yep. Long story short. I mean, yeah. And then the problem is, I don't want to, let's finish the video, but I want to go ahead and ring my own bell and share a story that's actually crazy. But just to demonstrate.
The mother went to the school the very next day, and instead of having any sort of tolerance or support or understanding, she was actually called names. She was told that she was a homophobe, that she was a bigot.
With that in mind, Tyler Thompson, Simpson, and Pastor Kevin are spreading their message across social media and in town hall meetings. The pro-gay backlash has been fierce.
And the hatred and the anger and the bullying that came against us, even though we said, we love you, we don't take from you the opportunity and the freedom to live as you choose. We love you, but we do not agree with you.
Pastor Kevin believes Canadian Christians are in a 2 Chronicles 20 moment.
The word was this battle is not yours, Jehoshaphat. This battle is the Lord's.
And the church is beginning to prepare for what it takes to fight for our kids.
The battle between an aggressive homosexual agenda and the faith community here in Canada is far from over. But many Christian leaders say it may be the issue that causes a once sleeping church to rise up and be heard. Wendy Griffith, CBN.
I wish that were true.
Yeah, well, clearly it didn't work, because that was 6 or 7 years ago. And now Canada, as well, it's got even worse, especially with Justin Trudeau in power. And it's, well, come on. I mean, if you look in Vancouver now, It's not just full of those rainbow things. Have you seen the state of it with the drug epidemic there? It's on its knees, and it's the same with the states. Since Biden's been involved, there's literally streets full of people camping there, and they've turned into like camping streets and villages. It's sad. It's heartbreaking. Everything's collapsing. We are on a massive brink of collapse because of all this.
From the top down, by design.
Yep. Well, top down and bottom up. This is
Well,
the problem with that's how it speeds up, Nico. It's not just so it starts from top down to the bottom, but they also indoctrinate the bottom to go back up. So then by the time it doubles in time. So that's why it's happened so quick. Instead of it taking 15 to 20 years for a societal change to occur, they've managed to do it in less. They've done it in half the time by teaching kids certain things that are right. And then you've got the power pushing on top that you have to accept it. It's really, really worrying. And like Give the Gospel said earlier, homeschool your children.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have seen a massive rise here in the UK where people are actually deciding to do that. Or they're trying to find a private school, which is very rare, but they're trying to find one that doesn't teach this stuff.
Yeah. So let me. Yeah, I mean, it failed because the church was silent. They were tolerant, or they were, all these things. They're worried about numbers, and so they didn't speak up when priests did speak up. I'm talking about priests in my faith now. Some community members attacked them. My experiences, they were Masonic members that attacked those priests. It just so happens that could be a coincidence. I doubt it. So, yeah, I mean, it's just. The church did some things, not enough. Church leadership is questionable. I think there's a bell curve here. This is my belief and my understanding and what I've witnessed across the board. You've got a group of people that are, let's use the word extreme. I hate that, but let's use that word extreme. Or one end of the spectrum was a better way to put it. Group of people is one end of the spectrum, another group is another end of the spectrum, and you got everybody else in the middle, that gray area, all right, the non-committal ones. Or if you're looking at the adoption curve, ones that are going to adopt one spectrum or the other eventually. So what I'm trying to say here is that yes, in the church there were people that were doing good things, like for instance the lockdown we saw in Canada. That I think it was from Romanian priest that stood up to the people. Back then, that was 2020. The lockdown mandates. He's like, "How dare you come on Easter and try to close me down with your nonsense? You didn't have no law. Get out, Gestapo, get out!" And he chased them off. And they eventually arrested him.
Yeah,
like commies. Yeah, and he's fighting that, and they're paying for that. Anyway, but. My point is this: the lockdown showed us that the church at large has sold out, and I think it's the best thing I can say about it.
Yeah, it has, which makes even can you remember when John the Baptist he prepares the way for the Lord, doesn't he? But then once his job's done, his head's served on a platter. Twice
over.
Yeah. So it almost feels like the way of the Lord again is being prepared, but also at the same time, the way of Satan is being prepared. That to me is, spiritually, that's what's going on. They've paved the way for Satan to enter every house and home across the globe, whether it be through Islam, whether it be through this leftist, woke ideological BS, whether, where you're indoctrinating children, taking away the rights of parents, using hormone blockers on kids, telling them just because they're playing with action men that they might be a boy stuck in a girl's body and the girl going home crying to her mother, like you just seen then. And then things that just don't make sense, like, you know, queers for Palestine, stuff like that. But we're all forced to accept it. And if we don't, you are cancelled, you are shut down, you are persecuted, you are fired, sacked, arrested, beat up, imprisoned, so, you know, and it goes on. And then, of course, labeled anist-ophobic or an ism.
Right.
And this is the new era. This is the new today. And can it get any worse? No. I mean, you think well, you think it can, but no. The only things what will happen is it will just, this stuff will get forced even more on you. So the rise of Islam will grow, and so will this stuff. It will just grow further and deeper until at some point you'll be forced to either accept it yourselves, and if you don't, then it will be just goodbye. You'll lose every right of everything. And that's when we got to talk about the, you know, the whole, that's when I start doing that contact, well, you know, no cash system societies. So you'll be basically asked questions, and if you don't answer or do what they say, that reward system that you have, that, you know, dangling carrot in front of you, will get taken away from you. So you could see yourself in a point of starvation or something like that, just because you don't agree with, you know, your children having more rights than you do in deciding what sex they want to be or whatever, whilst they brainwash them to do it.
My friend, I'm here to tell you that's already happening, and it's happening to me and so many countless, and it's been happening for years. But I've been not fully aware. I'm not going to say like I'm some kind of mind reader and all that, but I've been cognizant of what's being done to me. This process of either breaking me down to get me to conform, or else suffer what I'm suffering now. And I refused to play their game and give in. I've even had someone, a family member, say, yelling at me, you know, go work for NATO. You gotta get paid and not worry about your ideals. Yeah. I was invited to work for NATO, believe it or not.
That you are strange, because I had an application that was put in, the same thing from NATO as well, but this was for global emergencies and doing logistics for them. But I've decided now that my health takes precedent over that.
Well, for me,
I was given.
It was my ideals. There's no way I can support an organization that's a warmongering organization at any level. Exactly. Not even a janitor. So anyway, the point is this. I'm jumping around. Let me get back to what I wanted to say about the whole schooling thing before we move on to the next video. The other demoniacs. And that's like a couple of things. As a teacher, I saw a school book, library book in a school, middle school. Was it middle or elementary? No, this was elementary school, in fact.
We have different here. It's primary school, secondary school, and then college.
Yeah, this was up to 6th grade. So let's say about 6th grade. Even middle school, it was like, we're talking about just now pubescent kids, 12 years old, give or take, right? 13 at the most. Little children. So they were given access to this book that was showing them girls, boys, a picture book. And this was back, a little while back. I reported it to the librarian. I was like, whoa. And she was looking at me like I was the enemy of the state, like I had done something wrong by bringing this to her attention. All right. Yeah. Barnes and Nobles. Years ago, statute of limitations. I went into Barnes and Nobles, which is a massive, like it's the McDonald's of bookstores in America. They're aligned with Starbucks at any rate. So I went there and I saw on a lower table just a big children's book section. And one of the books was this insanely blasphemous picture book, completely mocking Christianity. And the eyesight and reach of children. At the impulse buy area, right near the front of the doors, that's the impulse section.
Yeah, the promotion.
Yeah, and I was like, man, I'm not having this. I have had enough. So I took all those books. I walked straight to their bathroom, the men's bathroom, of course. I know it's the 21st century. There's some confusion there. Yeah. And
you could have gone into the women's dressed up as a woman.
In today's day and age. But yeah, so thankfully someone who did their business in a stall and left it there. But yeah, it was horrible, but I was thankful for it. So here I am with all these books.
Well, it belongs there, though, don't it?
Yeah, exactly. I put them where they belonged, hit the flush, walked right on out, walked on to the Starbucks, ordered my coffee, sat down, and waited for the police to show up to arrest me because, you know, it's bars and Nobles, cameras everywhere. Never showed up. Now, I'm not encouraging people to go do this. We have to take a stand, you know, however that looks like, you know, and if it comes to the point where the officials are not doing what they have to do, then it is upon us, at least in America, to do something called citizen's arrest. That's still in the law books, by the way.
Yeah, common law. Yeah, common law that we call it here. You can arrest a copper if you want, but you have to know you have to know the right terminologies that are written down in common law. But you can do it. I've seen a video. There's where you can become your own sheriff. It's pretty funny, and I'll send you the uniforms as well. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
This guy here in the UK, it was about a month ago, he took over a court. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we'd have to get active from the bottom up. It's more than evident, and I'm glad. You know. Again, I don't want to. I definitely want to talk about your experiences there at the Tommy Robinson rally. Again, we should touch on that coming up this weekend. Didn't you say you want to do another one Sunday or something like that?
Oh, that's a point. Yeah, whilst we're doing that, I'll have a look at the things.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's take a look at these demoniacs, shall we?
Yep.
A man can never be a woman, or a woman can never be a man. There are two gametes. There are ova.
Wait a minute, did I already see this one?
Third gamete.
Yeah, we've seen that one already.
Oh, my bad. Okay. All right, let's do another one. All right, good. I'm kind of sort of spared that, so to speak. At least I haven't watched it twice. That's something. I'll take it. You know? Oh, this guy. Oh, gravy. I can't wait. All right. This one's a short, and I think the title will say it all. Oh, let me cut off my mic here because it's going to go crazy. 1 second. Why are you putting me through this, patriotic Christian? Why?
What is it? Which one?
I mean, it's not the imagery, but I don't know what he's going to say. I hope it's something good.
Oh, no, we need to watch this one. This one's really important.
All right. Here we go.
Code Connor, and today I'm going to talk about one of the most fucked up things you can find on the internet. Today we're going to be talking about maps. Maps are basically minor attracted peoples or persons, and so to sum up what the so they actually have a flag here, and I'm going to discuss what the flag is. So here on the flag, the top two blue lines means attraction to minor little boys, and the bottom two lines means attraction to little girls. The yellow lines means attraction regardless of gender, and the white line in between means an attraction to their innocence, from what I understand from them. Oh, and like it can't get much worse. So let's talk about the support for this. There's actually a shit ton of support coming out from MAP.
Minor attracted persons. No. So don't judge people just because they want to have sex with a 5-year-old.
Every now and then you can find it in the crooks and crannies of the internet, but we can also find where this term maps was coined. It was first seen being used in a chat that was commonly used by. However, that's about all I have to say on it. Like and subscribe. Hi, my name is Code Kana, and today I'm going to talk.
Okay.
They have their own flag, and that sure was when it first came out. It's actually now trying to work its way in to the plus side of the LGBTQ. And some of the actual there because LGBTQ plus is, believe it or not, an organization. But there's different parts to it. It's not just like one. It's quite separate. But there are speakers for it and well-known leaders for it, advocates as they call them. And some of these advocates recently have actually been talking about inviting them in and doing a kind of promotion thing for it, but it's got to involve. Guess who's it involves? Guess who the least kind of service that you'd expect in any country to back this?
Oh man, put him on the spot. I have no idea. Actually, I'm drawing a blank. Sorry.
The police.
Oh man, really? What? Why am I laughing? Because it's so crazy. What else are you gonna do? Kitty Leeson.
So, and there was an article not so long ago where the police were asked if they wouldn't. It's not kind of like promote it in a way, but it kind of is promoting. The police are going to have to now, instead of, so they already give these pedophiles these rights and whatever. They put them on separate wings and prisons to keep them safe. They give them different names and place them in housing. And you get given key workers and all sorts of that. You know, you can ring them if you are part of this register thing, and they'll give you lifts to take you away from people who recognize you and pay for your taxis and stuff. But there's also now what they're trying to do is get the police to basically acknowledge that they want to sit down with them to basically say, look, here's the data, here's what we've got. This has got to be a recognized kind of sexuality, if you like, a recognized choice or personal. How can you say it? A personal choice, but a personal preference. So it shouldn't be treated too much on the criminal side, and more so on the fact that it's actually a chosen preference of someone's, and that if you target it in a way like you would with homosexuals, you'll be classed as amapophobic. And yes, there is a word called amapophobic. So they're basically going to be glorifying in the future, because I think the moment now, whilst people are starting to awaken at the moment, I think now would be the wrong time. But I'd give it next year.
Yeah.
This would be an actual full-on in-your-face thing where they're also already the LGBT advocates, if you like, are talking about mixing the flag colors with theirs. So these colors will represent maps in the rainbow flag. But guys, let's lighten up. Let's because all of this is that is the worst. So I'm sorry to put you through that, but yes, that is reality. Let's have a look. It is Pride Month. We have to celebrate it after all. If we don't, we might get arrested, and we might get called phobics and isms and ists. We might get shut down, lose my channel. We could go for all sorts. We might get nicked. Don't know. So let's do what they tell us to do. Let's celebrate. You know, and let's enjoy this video.
Let's call this an intermission.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, we are live on YouTube with Colombia Anti-Semitic News, where everyone is welcome. LGBTQH.
H?
Hamas.
Yeah, I totally simp Hamas.
Yeah.
It's so trending right now.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Do you know why it's true? Because it rhymes. Just look at all this toxic Zionist propaganda. Kidnapped in Gaza. Does this look like Gaza to you?
Yeah, but I have no idea what Gaza looks like.
And they're smiling. Do hostages smile? Zionist liars.
Totally sus.
Do they think we're stupid?
Stupid? I major in queer post-colonial astrology. Ew. Jews make the world dirty.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm racist fluid.
Exactly. And now for a little break from all this activism, we want to say hello to our BFF,
Bestie freedom fighter.
Abu Fatwa in Gaza. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum as-salam, and inshallah Allah will kill you all infidels.
Thank you so much for joining us. Love the headpiece, the all oppression chic. Very drip.
Mr. Fatwa, how are you? Are you safe?
Oh yes, I'm safe. I'm in a tunnel under the Gaza hospital. Above me, I have Allah and 2 million civilians protecting me.
Community is so important these days.
Do you need like humanitarian aid, food, fuel, medicine?
It's okay, I have everything. I'm only hungry for rockets.
As long as it's organic.
Yeah.
I wish I just could be there with you.
You can come to Gaza anytime and we will throw you from the roof, you homosexual dirt.
Do you hear? Bro, want to throw me a rooftop party?
They are so welcoming and inclusive.
So shukran. And you are also very welcome to come here to America.
We will come. First we finish with Israel and America is next.
Great. So I guess we'll see you soon.
Yes, it would be a blast.
It will be so multicultural.
Ya Allah, you are so stupid.
Thank you so much, Abu. We love you.
I won't even bother killing you. It's a waste of bullets.
Good vibes only.
It's better you just kill yourself.
Bye.
Die.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be Jews free. Yeah, that sounds better.
It is better.
Oh boy, perfect. I got this. Yeah, I gotta do it again. I'm sorry.
Brilliant! 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 Brilliant!
I love that. Yeah, that was perfect. A great
That's
segue.
literally how they look to people with brains like us, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that, because there's plenty more where that came from, and we'll make sure that we bring you good videos like that, just to keep you guys smiling, just so that you know we're not stupid. You know,
Yeah.
it's them that make that. That's how they look. That is legitimately how they look and sound and act. It's to a T, but they just can't see it because they're brainwashed and deluded. So
Yeah. And I'm going to make my own shorts like that. I've already made some on my channel, but more to come. I got a list. So,
I'm gonna have to check them out.
So the segue for the reality of Islam and Muhammad.
There he is.
Yeah. Aisha married her at 6. Consummated the marriage at 9. Sorry. Yeah.
I hope they don't Salman Rushdie you.
Whatever. Yeah, I think you know how I feel about all that. So let me show you the next one. You know, just to put in perspective how real, how integrated this is in their culture, or in their religion, or their cult, or however you want to look at it. Their ideology, their body of laws, Sharia. This is an example of bachabazi. No, that's not a girl. It's a boy dressed up like a girl, entertaining a bunch of men. And yes,
Yeah, that's basically that. Do you know what that is? So what you've got there is basically a depiction of what Jannah will look like. So that boy there is actually described in the hadiths as that. So they don't just get their 72 large-breasted virgin whores, an everlasting sized penis and the sexual strength of 100 men. They also get young boys like pearls with piercings, and they're dressed up. It describes how they're dressed up, but this is basically it. So this is Jannah on earth for Muslims.
Thank you. Yeah, again, this is happening in real life as we speak in Middle Eastern countries. And this is why the Baphomet idolizing common Nazi pagans are showing quote-unquote solidarity with Islam.
So will she allow me to make a rape on her? Yes, a rape. I would like to make a rape. No. I would like to make...
You know, she was 9 years old. Aisha was 9 years old. Emotional, damn it.
Yeah, I mean, seriously though, yeah, I guess that was in poor taste in retrospect. I'm just thinking about now. I mean, he's public about it, so I guess it's okay to speak about this, since even if he's not here. Our own Francis Bull, a dear friend of ours, and he talks about this publicly, how he too has been put through this, and it does scar you for life, to say the least. God bless him for his ability and his strength and his faith to be able to overcome that. You know, at least to some degree. I mean, I can only imagine. I mean, in fact, I might get to that myself a little later. Yeah, enough of that. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm scarring people for life, but we need to know these realities so we can at least speak against it. But we need to be, again, active. Evidently, it's up to us to do something about it, because our leadership is not only not doing anything about it, but they're instead pushing it. Sorry?
I just said what you said, yeah, promoting it.
Yeah. All right, so one more. This is from Steve and Ida. This is during one of their streams, and I just want to put this in perspective. Again, this is only one example. It may seem anecdotal. This is quite common, but it really demonstrates, especially to hear a woman say it. I mean, for some reason, people don't care what men complain about this thing, but when a woman complains about this thing, the point is driven home. She goes, there was a 9-year-old Turkish girl who died at the wedding night. She bled to death. Okay, 9-year-old bled to death. I'm not going to get into descriptions. What's her name? Mary Harb does a wonderful job doing that, so to speak.
I've done a few videos on it as well, haven't I, with the hadiths about the perineum, you know, the piece of skin, and the hadiths on, not the hadith, sorry, the book, The Reliance of the Traveler, and what was it, Heavenly Ornaments, the Book of Heavenly Ornaments of Islam, which is usually given to you as a wedding gift. There is a verse which explains that it's okay to, a man doesn't have to perform ghusl or wudu, which is cleaning yourself, after, if you've had sexual intercourse with a dead animal, so a dead animal, a dead child, or a dead human being whatsoever, even if it's of the same sex, so long as your penis didn't touch the anus of the animal, child, or corpse. So there's verses on that, and there's also well, it's not verses, but there's, you know, sentences of that. It's teachings initially, and then there's ones also about what to do if you split the skin between a young girl or a baby's anus and vagina during intercourse, and that how long she has to wait but until she can have intercourse with you again. So they're basically explaining if she's too tight because of her size, obviously, which is yeah, on how to treat it and how to basically treat yourself, how to wash yourself, and how to remain holy, if you like, to Allah. So as you can see, all this ties together. Like I said, it's hand in hand. Islam goes hand in hand with this lefty stuff. And don't forget, guys, that we've got a month of this. Just like we had that whole month of Ramadan, we have a whole month of Pride. Yet, how much time do we have respecting our fallen soldiers that fought for our country? We spend what, 3 minutes silence and a day, which isn't even a national holiday, Remembrance Day, and that's it. And there's so many days like D-Day, you know, which was that was today, was it? Well, yesterday, wasn't it? You know, and they last all of a day. Yet with this stuff, we have to go for a whole month. Then you've got Black History Month, where they try and, you know, make you as a white person feel guilty for things that we haven't personally done ourselves, but things that have happened in the past. And they try and get reparations and money out of the church, and they blame this person and that person. Yeah,
And ethnic cleansing.
yeah. At one point, we've all been, every country has been enslaved by or occupied by another country or another, you know? So we've all been, like, white people were the first slaves, believe it or not. And you can check out History Debunked. He's got an amazing channel, and he goes deep on this. He's got all the facts and statistics that I don't have available to me right now. But he's very good on this and proves all this. But
including, I got to point out another on a note, including that country that I just found out today from you that I can't say. So it starts with a C and it rhymes with Heine. All right, the terracotta statues, Greek DNA over there, the mass tomb, they call it a catacomb, where there was like blonde hair, blue eyed people, just a mass grave that were, well, I can't remember what century, but it was centuries upon centuries old, very, very early. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, and of course the Irish. I mean, you can't get much whiter than the Irish, and they too have centuries of slavery, of history from different people. So,
yeah.
Yeah. So, should I run with this video?
Yep.
All right, let's do it.
Pride Month is almost over. Thank God, because if I see another rainbow flag on my feed, I might buy a pack of Skittles and start slingshotting them at my screen.
No, 50-50, man.
My distaste may come as a surprise to some people, considering I'm actually a part of the LGBT community. In case you haven't noticed from my endless references to titties and busty Latinas in the past 10 videos, I like hot chicks. This is not a coming out video. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I don't need a rainbow flag and a teary-eyed video confessing the fact that I like big butts and I cannot lie, but it may be interesting to hear that I'm...
All right, I just got to point out how she referenced Tone Loc and how that's influenced her mindset. Just putting that out there. I got big butts and I cannot lie. Right.
But this is the people that I don't mind, right?
Yeah, well, I'm just pointing out the mass media influence. That's all I wanted to do.
Yeah, these people, they're gay, but they don't have to be loud and proud about it. They can just consider it a part of their life. They leave it behind closed doors. They don't have to infiltrate other people's minds or businesses or anything like that. They just want to do what they want to do, be who they want to be, and be left alone. That is absolutely fine. You've been given the freedom to do what you want to do. That's what democracy is. Yeah, yes, spiritually, we're against it. We think, okay, yeah, well, you know where the path is. You know what's going to happen if you continue in that way. But that's a completely different story. God gave us free will to choose what we want to do and be who we want to be. However, this girl is using her right ways of not forcing it on others, telling them they have to accept it, because if they don't, then they're anistism or phobic. So this is them fighting one another again, which what you see in Islam. Shias against Sunnis, Sunnis against Salafis, Salafis against, they're all against one another in some kind of fashion. Yet they're all going hand in hand at the moment. Anything against the Christian narrative.
Yeah.
For once, we've got someone here who is actually a lesbian and doesn't like Pride or what it represents, as well as Douglas Murray. He's a very good speaker on this as well. So
there's a lot of them. It's really, again, the top down. And again, the media has also the habit of exaggerating things. But unfortunately, like the adoption curve we mentioned earlier, you're going to have the early adopters. There's people that, like you said, want to be popular, want to be the first, and they'll adopt. And then some people after that will eventually follow suit. So that's the agenda.
To be a part of this community. And look, I know we've come a long way. There was a period of time when anyone who wasn't heterosexual was scrutinized or in severe cases even killed. And as glad as I am that I can walk down the street holding a girl's hand and not face the scrutiny, I also feel like we've passed the point of acceptance and are now at the point of blatant indoctrination. Someone has to say it. These pride parades have gotten disgusting. It's not even about acceptance anymore. It's a provocative and aggressive public display of hypersexuality and fetish. What was supposed to be an accepting and innocent space has turned into a hostile freak show. I didn't go to Pride, never will, unless it's to document the absurdity of it, but this is what LGBT is associated with now. It's no longer associated with peace, love, unity, and tolerance. Instead, it's associated with hypersexualization, provocation, fetish, and bigotry. I don't know what happens to the days when we would encourage people to accept themselves and make peace with those who disagree with us, because now we just scream obscenities at anyone even whispering a subtle argument. This community has managed to weaponize its own labels and use them unfairly, not hesitating to...
Okay, I got to stop there. Weaponized. Good word. That's exactly what happened. We saw that with the shootings at the Christian school by the weaponized, brainwashed LGB cult psycho, and others. I can't remember, but it seems there's 2 or 3 more that followed suit. I could be wrong. For those in the chat that might be more familiar, please share if you have information that I could probably find it myself. But yeah, I mean, and that's the agenda. I want to respond to a comment with the song "Take Me to Church," which came out after. Yeah, but let's keep going with the video. I don't want to drag it out.
Any opposition is transphobic or homophobic. It's funny because we used to be the ones complaining about intolerance. 2 girls holding hands in public were at risk of being fucking shot. They couldn't adopt kids, get married, start a family. I'm
going to say that's bull. Again, I spent much of my younger life in the quote-unquote South. What mass media portrays is everyone being hillbilly, redneck, stupid, all these horrendous, prejudiced labels. And those stupid idiots, for one, decades in advance, knew that Hillary Clinton was going to run for president. They knew that, as far as the worst of the worst they used to hang out with. And when it came to the, quote, gay marriage, they were like, whatever, let them get their benefits. It was allegedly about financial benefits from the government, allegedly. But us Christians knew better. We knew what was coming. We knew this was just the foot in the door. But, everyone kept silent because we wanted to be tolerant and open-minded. We didn't want to get, called names by our peers and all this nonsense. And so we bit our tongue. We acted like we didn't know Jesus. And now here we are. Sorry. Breathe.
Well, I was going to say, I forgot to bring the verse that I wanted to bring tonight, which was the one that makes Muhammad also LGBTQ plus friendly.
Yes, kissing.
Yeah, the one where he was caught between 2 men by the angel Jibril.
Oh, that one too, being ridden. Oh my God.
Oh, and the one where he's ridden like a donkey by men. Yeah.
I was talking about the one where he's kissing a guy on the side, and I was like, oh, this is the most. It was like a Harlequin romance novel.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll do a stream on it.
Oh God help me.
Muhammad and the LGBTQ community.
There you go. Woo! Is that going to catch fire?
Told you guys, it goes hand in hand.
correctly. So I completely understand why we spent so many years fighting for tolerance, but we have it now. And ever since we've been shown tolerance, we're now the ones refusing to reciprocate it. We've now become the side that is intolerant to opposing beliefs. The script has flipped completely, and it's not for the better. See, back in the day when I was a little G rolling up on my Heelys trying to finesse the hoes, I didn't even know what gay was, much less what trans was. I grew up in the South, the deep South, like frogging, gator hunting, Confederate flag South. I thought LGBT stood for let's go beer tasting. I didn't know a single gay person in my life, and I didn't have a phone or any type of social media to be exposed to it either. And yet somehow I looked like this. Yeah, that's 7 or 8 year old me, dope slinging and pimping since 01, baby. My idol, if you can't tell, was Rob Deerdeck. And let me tell you, I got made fun of all the time. If only I had $1 for every time someone asked me, are you a boy or a girl? Why do you dress like a boy? And I would always get so pissed off when people would call me gay, faggot, dyke, because at the time...
All right, so let me touch on this real quick. Because obviously, so for some, tomboy is a phase. We actually had a conversation in chat about that.
I had a girlfriend who was a tomboy when I was younger.
So generally speaking, that's a phase, no big deal. But from the very beginning of this video, I thought that this was a someone who was transitioning because of her voice. Obviously, her voice is masculine. Even though she's dainty, her voice is obviously masculine. There's an issue here. I would categorize this person as that 0.01% that we were talking about earlier. That argument, well, there's some people that are born a certain way. But this doesn't mean that she has to dress like a boy and now she has to strap on a plastic penis to pretend to be a boy in bed and all these other things, right? She still has a choice. If, you know, everyone has a choice about everything. Regardless, she still falls under that category. But this one example doesn't justify the rest by any means, by the way. All right, sorry, done.
I didn't know that I was gay. So I would just be standing there like, what the fuck are you even talking about? I'm none of these things that you're calling me. It wasn't until I was going into high school that I realized, oh shit, I like tits. Everyone around me knew before I knew. The reason I'm telling you this story is so that you're aware that I wasn't acting or pretending or trying to fit a label or any of that bullshit. I never dressed like a boy out of opposition for tradition. I never did it in pursuit of being unique. As cringy as it sounds, I was genuinely just being myself. My interests were never in Barbies or playing house. I wanted to play basketball and build Lego City. I was never constantly in my head thinking, oh, if I do this masculine thing, then this feminine. No. What 8-year-old kid thinks about that? For an 8-year-old kid to be thinking like that, they would either have to be medically neurotic or extremely brainwashed by social media. I didn't
Extremely brainwashed by social media.
And this is one of their own.
Yep.
didn't have TikTok or Instagram as an 8-year-old kid. Thank God. And I feel genuinely sorry for kids growing up on these platforms being exposed to all of these attention whoring and degenerate ways of life. They don't get to...
Yeah, I did a stream with Francis about this, but we should do another one about, specifically this, focusing on what's going on with kids and their cell phones and how that's affecting them.
And what's degenerate another word for?
Peter?
Pervert.
Oh, pervert. I was close.
Perverse.
Same difference. I was close. Sodomite. Either way.
to see that all the real trans people are discreet. You don't know that they're trans because they don't want you to know. They want to blend in as a normal person and live a normal life as their changed gender. They don't want anyone asking their pronouns. They want it to be so obvious that you just assume their gender. That's why they spent thousands of dollars on corrective surgeries, so that you could look at them and not ask what they are. That's the whole point of a transition. All of these people you see on social media boasting about their transgenderism are the ones transitioning out of a feeling of emptiness and need for validation.
Sorry? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's of emptiness and need for validation.
Mm-hmm. Attention seeking,
Because they grew up in a broken home, didn't get any attention off their parents, maybe was the eldest child, middle child, or youngest child, depending how it fitted in the home, or grew up without a father, or grew up without a mother, or both. It's one of those that's
exactly
been dying to have attention, hasn't got it, so later in life goes out to try and get it. And this is why it's more important to if you have a child that comes out with any of this stuff, like, I think I'm a boy or I think I'm a girl, the first thing you ought to do is sit down and tell them what they are, and ask them why they think that, who have they been talking to recently, and if it comes out with anything from the schools, then you fill in a report, you fill out an access for information request form, and they have to tell you and give you the curriculum papers of what they've been teaching your children by law, and that's in every country. If there's an education system that's funded by a taxpayer, by law, you have every right to know what they are teaching your children to the letter. If there's anything that's being taught beyond that, it's classed as illegal. So if you've got a teacher that is part of the LGBTQ plus community and is going above and beyond to indoctrinate children, and you feel like your children are having that happening to them, you have every right to put in a complaint. But what I suggest you do, guys, if you are going to do so, is you team up with other parents that are feeling the same or suffering the same, because you're better in numbers, you're stronger in numbers, and you're more than likely going to get a good outcome than if you did it alone. So that's my advice on that.
Or homeschooling. But yeah, I mean, since you touched on it, broken homes is a big thing. Emasculation is not just about sexual behaviors. It's about it's doing to the social structure, not only as individuals, so to speak, as a family unit, or which, as passe as that sounds these days, but also society at large. It's a scientific fact, so to speak, researched, that longitudinal studies by secularists themselves, that a home without a father figure is going to yield criminal children.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah.
Can I just butt in there? When I was in prison myself, I worked for a team called Bernardo's, which protects young children. I did a course there. In that course, we learned awareness about statistics for children and young offenders. And it turned out that 95% of men that are in prison grew up without a father present in the home.
Wow.
And 98% of crimes committed were because of alcohol or drug influence, or it had some kind of part in it. 98%.
That's why, by the way, forgive me, but I guess got to take this opportunity. When I hear people promote drugs of any kind, I'm taken back a bit because of that. People forget how detrimental this stuff is. Well, let me just keep going. Let's go with the video. Or is the video finished?
Yeah, let's finish it off. Let's play it and then finish it off. It's not long enough.
They're not doing it out of a genuine sense of dysphoria and discontentment with their body. These days, the members of the LGBT community are all demanding that people acknowledge and accept their often obscure identities. It feels like everyone's desperately grasping at these labels, all in a fight to be unique and interesting. But since when did we become so desperate for approval and validation? These people look attention hungry.
Ever since Facebook and the like, literally the like button.
Yeah. Monetization as well.
Selfies. Yeah, those two things and three things. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, now it's the content creator. You're absolutely right. Well said. Everyone's a content creator these days.
And childish. It's like they're desperate for the whole world to accept and integrate their worldview. But that expectation is frankly unrealistic and juvenile. My sexuality is not a core part of my identity. I don't purposely flaunt it. I don't expect anyone to respect it. And I sure as hell don't need a stranger's validation for why it's okay. I am the way that I am. Whether you like that or not is absolutely irrelevant to me. I'm not proud of being gay. I think that shit's mad dumb. Because when you think of the word pride, you think of some type of achievement, some accomplishment, something you worked for. My attraction to women is not something that I chose. I didn't work for it. It's just how I am. Straight people don't flaunt the fact that they're straight. That's just...
Okay. I'll just stop her there. It is something she chose. Again, choice is always...
Exactly. But she's not forcing it on others. She's using the democracy to do what she wants to do. And if she's contributing, she's minding her own business, she's not harming other children, she's not indoctrinating her views on anyone else, she's no harm to me.
Yeah. Well, actually, unfortunately, the Baphomet idolization has been weaponized, and that's where that word pride comes in. Pride in being satanic, pagan. Oh, what? Where am I getting this from? Well, it's evident now, isn't it? You're proud of showing solidarity with a pagan cult like Islam. You're proud of hating Jesus Christ and his followers. You're proud of being a pedophile, even. I mean, just a few years ago, I was arguing with a libertarian family member, even, and we're trying to warn him, look, mass media is taking this place. Be careful. And he accidentally was an apologist for pedophilia without even realizing it, using mass media rhetoric. Wow. And I pointed it out to him, and he was like, I didn't do that. I was like, dude, here it is. Here's the transcript. So and he got pissed off. I'm sorry, what?
Maps advocate.
Well, without realizing it, just by parroting mass media, yeah, you're a Maps advocate, you're an anti-Christian advocate, you're a Baphomet advocate, a paganism / Islam advocate, and you're proud of it. Proud of it, as the viral video clip goes, right?
Yeah.
Pride before the fall. All right, should we finish this off or next one?
Yeah, next one.
All right.
So go on to the next one. So she made some good points there, which, that's the type of, tolerance that I could tolerate. And I think anyone, even Christian, can tolerate that without having to. You'd be able to get on with that person working. Like she said, she doesn't need to discuss her sexuality. Her sexuality doesn't make up her whole core identity, and nor do ours. What makes up our identity is who we are in person to other people. But for us Christians, our identity is how we are in public and at home as well, of course, because we know God is everywhere and, knows us inside out. But that's because we've chosen to be Christian. We've chosen that path. They've chosen their path, and we've got every right to, choose ours, and they've got every right to choose theirs. It was the free will. However, what she's done is not, is different to what we're doing. It's like that's why the Orthodox Church, they don't force people to become Christians. That's why you won't see Orthodox preachers stood in the middle of the street saying, "You're going to go to hell. You're going to go to hell. Come here. Come here. Read this book. Take this book as a free literature. Free literature." It's, that's basically forcing or indoctrinating people with your own views and stuff like that, which is exactly what these LGBTQ people are doing. So, what she said there is right. Would you be able to sit in a workplace with her and, if she didn't bring up anything to do with her sexuality or anything like that and force her opinions on you, would you be able to accept that she was who she was and just be happy? And you'd know you'd never have an argument with that person because they just don't want to talk about it. They are who they are. They've accepted it, and that's it. Far different to what you're seeing on the streets this whole month and at these festivals in your face.
Let me pose this question. Like, if you asked me that question a couple of years ago, a few years ago, maybe, because this has been going on for a while now, actually, a few years ago, I would have said, absolutely, yeah, of course, I wouldn't have a problem sitting with her. But we've all, like it or not, even trying to do everything we can to stay away from media and doing things like watching a sporting event, which are also now saturated throughout with nothing but propaganda, toxic propaganda. So no matter what you do, unless you go live in the woods by yourself, you're bombarded with this stuff all the time. And therefore, these triggers have been implemented in our brains. So would I get triggered sitting next to someone who's openly a sodomite?
Yeah, but if she's not talking, you like I said, she wouldn't talk about it. What she's trying to say, what sets her apart is that she's not forcing you to know who she is.
Well, she's got it. Well, anyway, I'm just saying that we've been all so conditioned that we've got these triggers embedded into our psyche, whether we like it or not. And I don't like it. And I'm trying to point that out and trying to bring awareness that we've all are victims of that. She too. And frankly, she's got a YouTube channel. And so she is pushing her ideas. She's even went as far as saying that, you know what, she was a victim because she was being bullied for being a tomboy. She was crying me a river. What's she gonna? I mean, join the club, little girl.
I don't know. I personally, I think I can tolerate that. I can accept that, to be honest, than what I'm seeing at these festivals. I'd rather that side.
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah.
what my point is. So.
Yeah, lesser of two evils for sure.
She's right what she's saying. Like, it's too much. Everything that they've done, they've gone too far with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I'm just pointing out the wrongs that in the thing, and some arguments she too was using.
Yeah.
And definitely the influence mass media has been having. So let me touch on that and let me expand on that. Take Me to Church. You're familiar with that song, right?
Yeah, Hosea.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, I mean, us church people, I was actually in seminary when that came out, and we're all loving it. None of us had watched the video. We had no idea what it was about. And someone in the car, like, we were all driving one day, listening to it, jamming to it, and she was laughing. She was like, "Don't you know what that's about?" And she started explaining to us, and we're all like dumbfounded. No way, you're lying. It's a conspiracy theory. Sure enough. Yeah. So, and of course, that video portrays the exact opposite of reality. I don't know about your neck of the woods where you were raised, but again, like this girl who was picked on. I too was picked on. We're all picked on.
Yep.
You know, I was raised in the South. Nobody was killing anybody for being gay, not to my knowledge. And again, I had gay friends. I had, you know, in fact, the gay friends were running around calling each other fag. So. Not the other way around. It wasn't the straight people calling fag. It was they're calling each other fag. So, whatever. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say to that other than the conditioning has been ingrained deeply. Everyone knows that song. Everyone knows what the video is about, and they've got it in their head. They're conditioned now, Pavlovian style, that going to church is associated with killing homosexuals. And so 5 years later, government officials, mass media turns around and says homosexuals or sodomites or whatever they use, the words they use, you got to kill Christians because they're the enemy. They're trying to kill you, so now you have to weaponize, grab your guns and kill them. And then we saw school shootings. Now, I don't know what to say about that. So we watch Ariana Armour.
Yeah, so this is someone who was transgender, and then they were transformed. So let's watch this.
Okay.
So this just gives you an example that there is hope, that there is a chance with Christianity to turn things around.
Me like it.
Armor. The biggest part of my story is that I was in the LGBT community for 16 years. And that's the biggest thing that people know me by, transgender to transformed. And there's a lot that goes into it. So I think the first thing I'd start out with is that I'm adopted. I grew up in a religious household. So it was more, you know, you go to church every Sunday and, you know, you listen to the pastor speak, but there was no feeling. There was no presence of the Lord there. I knew of Jesus, but I didn't have my own relationship with him, if that makes sense. So that's how I grew up in my, you know, relationship with God was, you know, I know you're there, but I don't really know who you are. And I was 4 years old when I started dealing with same-sex attraction, and it happened in Sunday school. I remember it just like yesterday. I was 4 years old. I was sitting there in Sunday school, and this girl walked in, and I remember, wow, this is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. And instantly, I slumped down in my chair, like sank in my seat. And I was ashamed that I was a girl. Keep in mind, nobody had ever talked to me about attraction. Nobody had ever talked to me about sex or sexuality or anything like that. But in that moment, I knew she's not gonna like me because I'm a girl. Around when I was 7 years old, I came out officially as a lesbian. I was a stud, which means I was a girl who dressed like a man and behaved more manly and all those things. I came out at school and I came out to my parents. As I grew up, I started dealing with, aside from, the gender identity and sexuality, I started dealing with a lot of anger and rage and violence because I was so hurt deep down. But I was the type of person that if I was hurt, I just bottle it in. Because anytime I had expressed how I was feeling, whether it was about my identity or about God or just anything at all, it was shut down. I ended up in a lot of mental hospitals on a lot of medications for things that I didn't even have. But because people were scared of me and they didn't know what to do to help and they didn't know what they could do, they decided to put me in a lot of mental hospitals, psych wards, medicines, counseling, psychiatrists, all of it. I've been in and out of mental hospitals at least more than 10 times in my life. So that also played into me pushing God away because
Can I just point out, if we hadn't seen the visual and we only had audio, I mean, try to envision this voice on someone else, a man saying it. It would fit. It would still sound weird, just like it sounds weird here, but it would fit.
Yeah, she's clearly had the hormone blockers and the testosterone and stuff like that, so she's been through it 16 years.
Oh, she's been...
Yeah,
okay.
16 years, and, she wanted to be a boy, and, let's watch it. It's good.
All right.
I didn't understand why on earth a loving God would give me all these mental issues and allow me to struggle and suffer with these feelings and desires and these thoughts that I didn't ask for. And when I sought help, it became worse. So it ended up making me resent God more. Once I had turned 18, I started transitioning and I started taking synthetic testosterone, and I was ecstatic. I remember as soon as I took the hormones, I remember telling everybody on social media, I'm finally free. This is finally the person that, I'm finally becoming the person that I was always meant to be. And I remember posting it everywhere. Guys, I'm almost there. I was planning to have breast removal surgery. At the time, I was in a relationship and I had been with that person for 6 years. And I believed that this was my wife. Genuinely believed it. After I started transitioning, I had been taking testosterone for 2 years. And after I started transitioning, I just remember feeling, I'm still depressed. I'm still suicidal. I'm still struggling. Nothing really changed about my life except for my body. Becoming a man didn't really help me. It just changed how I looked. And
that's kind of revealing there, right? So she's talking about how the physical changes, even though obviously, like even with her voice, I mean, there's a pretty deep change.
Yeah.
That didn't really change anything. Didn't help. It's a good word.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
strange.
Sorry?
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. So she's going to live with that for the rest of her life.
Yeah. I do have issues with what she's saying, in essence, about how she wasn't influenced to think a certain way. Of course, I'm going to disagree with that. Unless she lived in the middle of the woods. Of course, she was influenced about how she views the world.
I started looking for answers. I was like, okay, this isn't helping. This is not what I thought it was going to be. I need something because something in my soul is missing. There's still something missing in my life. So ended up homeless, and I was working out at the gym at the time, and this girl she asked me to go to church with her. And keep in mind, she worked there. And she asked me to go to church with her, and I remember saying, no, God doesn't want somebody like me in the church. I don't belong there. I didn't tell her that I was trans, and at the time, you couldn't tell. I passed very well as a male. But long story short, I ended up going that day, and I encountered God for the first time ever. I received so much, and I felt the love of God for the first time in my life. That was November 20th of 2019. So after I met Jesus that day, I pursued him for an entire year. I was reading my word, I was praying, I was still transgender during this time. And a year later, I was living with my ex at the time, bought the ring, about to start my life with this person. And I'm in the prayer closet and I'm like, God, why am I not seeing breakthrough in my life? I'm doing everything you asked me to do. And all of a sudden, God speaks to me and gives me a vision. And he says, in this vision, there was a man and a woman on one side, And then on the other side, there was a man and a woman and a woman. The man and the woman had babies. It was like glowing really bright, and it was like generations went down the line. And then on the other side, with the man and the woman, there was a red line under their feet, and it was black because you can't recreate life that way. So I'm staring at this like vapor, like this vision in front of my face, and God speaks to me and he says, I made man and woman so you could recreate and share the good news of my son, Jesus Christ. And he says, if the devil can convince somebody, a little boy or a little girl, a man or a woman, that they are gay, lesbian, or trans, he said, not only is the devil going against my will, because the devil's will is always against God's will, but the devil is wiping out entire family bloodlines, and generations of people that I intended to be born will not exist for my glory. So
I gotta say, well, the music is helping, but it's the message. Like her message, while they're showing a scene of a boy and a girl holding hands walking down the field, I've got to say that's the first time in years. This is embarrassing for me to admit. This is a public admission. It's the first time I felt warmth seeing this image. Other times I see this, I'm like, pedophilia, you know?
That's brother and sister.
Yeah, okay, well, regardless. I think it speaks, one, to mass media conditioning, but two, to the power of Christ. Like, you know, just hearing this person's message transforming this moment for me personally. It's a powerful moment for me.
And it's when she said as well, she went to church for a year, even as trans. It just goes to show, like, you know, what we say about the church is like a hospital for the sick to get better. And it took her a while after, 16, 17 years of being trans and being part of the LGBTQ and all that indoctrination she must have had, the brainwashing, that within the first day she experienced Jesus Christ, that 1 hour of sermon where she heard Jesus's words and the love she felt, when the Holy Spirit was able to work with her and do that for her. Just that one invitation, that come and see, that changed the whole course of the direction of her life and set her on a new path, which is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Let's continue.
Yeah, but since you brought it back up, yeah, just the whole, I mean, there's other thing that I wanted to touch on, I forgot, but since you brought it back up, thank you for reminding me, that the whole perception about the church and how it's, again, portrayed in mass media and unfortunate society's bought into it, how it's judgmental and it doesn't allow homosexual people unless you're part of that cult that we saw in the video earlier, which is an absolute lie. The reality is the church has always accepted sodomites. We haven't, just didn't lie to them. We didn't coddle them and say your affliction is something that needs to be done and you need to push it on others. There's a night of difference. We're like, oh, we sympathize with you, if not empathize with you. Let's see what we can do about it.
Let's get you fixed spiritually.
Yeah.
Just remember feeling, wow, I've been really selfish my whole life. Everything in my life was based on my feelings. Oh, I feel like I'm a lesbian. I feel like I'm trans. I feel like God hates me. And I was wrong. God loved me the entire time. I just had no idea about it because, unfortunately, his people didn't do a good job at telling me and showing me that. So I'm just sitting there and I'm crying, and God...
Yeah, because the people of the church were too busy being politically correct. They didn't want to get it called homophobe or whatever,
That's it.
Wraps this fiery blanket around me, and he says, I love you no matter what you choose, but you have to choose today. And I chose him. I was terrified to choose him because I had been one way my entire life. That's all I've ever known. The next day, I went to church and I got set free of the demonic spirit of Jezebel. And I didn't know anything about demons. I didn't know there was a spirit behind homosexuality. I didn't know there was demons behind false identities, but there was. And I know now that James Harley, which was the name that I went by, James was a false identity. That was never who I was. But the devil stole my identity from a very young age. And that's why I believed I was born that way, because I was 4 and I didn't know better. So I can honestly sit here and tell you now, the desire to be with a woman is gone. The desire to be a man is gone. Where I once desired to be a man, I desire to have a man. Where I once desired to be a husband, I desire a husband. And that's not something I ever thought would ever happen to me in my life. But once I allowed God to change everything, and I put myself in a position to say, you know what, I'm going to put myself aside, I'm going to put me away, and everything I want, I'm going to put it over here to fulfill your will, not mine. That's when my life totally changed. And now I spend most of my time helping people in the LGBT. If you want help, if you're seeking Jesus, I'm here for you. I want you to know that it's the love of God that changed my life. And that's what I speak. The love of God leads to repentance. It is not by Bible thumping. It's not something you can do. God did not make you that way. But if you allow him to change your mind, to change your desires, to change your feelings, it will happen. And that doesn't come by praying the gay away. It doesn't come by something you can do. It's not in your power, it's in his. He wants your heart. He's not looking for perfection. He's looking for people who are willing. Are you willing to let go of your identity? Are you willing to let go of your sexuality? Are you willing to put everything else aside to see what he has for you? So he loves you just as you are. And if you will receive that love, open up your heart and receive that, allow him to love you and change everything, it'll happen for you.
Pray the gay away.
Yeah, that's another thing that kills me by mass media. For years now, they've been mocking this whole Christian thing by using this phrase, pray the gay away, pray the gay away. Ah, look at the stupid, judgmental Christians. You can't pray the gay. What do you mean you can't pray the gay away? What's the problem with praying the gay away? And where is the open mind and the open heart? Thank you for sharing this video, man. That made my day. It really did.
No worries. So we've touched down on education, how pride and LGBTQ infiltrates the education system, fiddles with children's minds and their bodies. We've touched down on Islam, how queers and for Palestine doesn't actually ring a bell. So pride people, take note. They don't want your support. You're not welcome in Gaza, believe me. We've touched also that there is hope, that you can change. You've just seen a video there after 16, 17 years. This person, and it's not just whether you want to change to become a Christian. Yes, that is a good thing, but leave the whole indoctrinating cult behind. LGBTQ is a cult. I'm sorry, but it is. It's a different community. You can be gay and be still under the one flag of the nation that you belong to. The whole idea of being part of BLM or Pride or like the LGBT community or the Muslim community or the Sikh community, there's no such thing. Have you ever heard of a Christian community? No. All you hear is, I'm a Christian, but I'm also British, or I'm Greek, or I'm American, I'm this. See, for me, yes, I'm a Christian. I'm an Orthodox Christian. However, I'm British. So, to me, the only flag that I wave or I carry is the one of my nation. But the only difference is yes, I have a king of the land, or if you should say, of the nation that I live in. However, his king, who is also recognized by my king, luckily, is that of Christ, Jesus Christ, our Lord. We've touched on quite a lot of things with Pride, how it's also now working alongside MAPS, minor attracted persons, and that's going to be, not just a small thing, but that's going to be a big thing. And they're also going to be working alongside the police to make sure that it's put out safely and that those are going to be taken care of, and they'll probably be promoted. You've had the flag descriptors there of what they mean, so now you know what the flags mean for the MAPS people. You got certain colors for boys, certain for girls, and certain just for their innocence, which is absolutely disgusting. You've seen that we can actually have a laugh, and you can see that hand in hand, Islam and the left are destroying the minds of not just the youth, but the adults alike. And it's also destroying the traditions and culture that our nations were built on, which is that of a Christian tradition. And unless we unite, stand together and fight for those, whether you're a Christian or just born in a Christian nation, and appreciate the fact that you're in a Christian land, unless we unite, it will get worse, and eventually it will take over. This is a dark force. This is something that is going against Christ, going against God, going against what God wants for his people and for his nations. The reason that the West is so more developed than the East is because Christianity was here. It reached here and it was taken seriously. If you look at the East, it's predominantly Islamic and a little bit Jewish, and with other languages, religions, anything that's not Christian. And if you look there, all you see is suffering, poverty, war, famine, the lot. Whereas here in the West, we had it cozy until now, and now everything, since we've turned our back as a nation on Christ, everything's starting to collapse. The healthcare systems, the economy, morals. We've got parents obeying children now instead of children obeying parents, and now we're getting parents having their rights taken away so their children can go and change genders behind their backs. But you've also seen hope. There is change for those that are stuck. And if that is one of you, then just know that Christ is ready to accept you and ready for you to repent and receive him. And we advise you to go and see, as me and Nico are part of the Eastern Orthodox, we personally would invite you to come and see. And that means come along to an Orthodox church and go and speak to one of our priests. And don't be afraid, because they're lovely people and they will help you. That's all I've got to say. That's my thoughts on all of the presentation we've done this evening.
Yeah, we have one more video. It's a 20+ minute long video, about 20 minutes long.
Yeah.
But we can skip it, save it for another day.
No, we'll cover it, but we'll see how far it goes.
All right. I haven't watched this in advance, so all right, let's check it out.
So this is our view, guys. This would be our view, the Orthodox view.
Well, you do know that I'm personally a bit hippy-dippy when it comes to religion, but I am Orthodox. But I'm also...
What you're about to hear is a lecture given by Father Josiah Trenum on May 16th, 2016, at the opening plenary session of the World Congress of Families, 10, in Tbilisi, Georgia. This lecture was delivered to a packed audience of 2,500 persons at the Royal Philharmonic in downtown Tbilisi, in the presence and with the blessings of Georgian Catholicos and Patriarch, His Holiness Elia II. This lecture presents the 50-year history of the gay revolution in California as paradigmatic for the rise and development of the international LGBT agenda. It also exposes the deeply anti-civilization and anti-religion presuppositions of this aggressive movement. The World Congress of Families, hosted by highly esteemed Georgian businessman and Orthodox Christian Mr. Levan Vesadze, brought together scholars of the family, leading pro-family and pro-life activists, and national politicians from Italy, Poland, Hungary, Moldova, as well as participants and presenters from more than 50 countries. This was the first time that the World Congress was held in an Orthodox nation.
Wow, okay. Did you get all that?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool to see how unified all that was.
Reminds me of last week.
The crowd. Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Then there's that. Speaking of which, in communist nations that were just recently, like in the 90s, even, liberated from communism, like Albania, for example, you get people that are in Russia itself, packed churches with youth. So in the 21st century, the mass media, even in those nations, has had an effect, but the attendance is quite up. So those people haven't been oppressed and deprived of the faith, so to speak, or at least the church. The faith continued in secret, like it did in Greece and some nations. But yeah, you can see once it was allowed to continue out in public, people just flocked. And like with the militant atheists, they're just thirsting for Christ. Even the Muslims, we see so many, or hear about so many Muslims that are converted to Christianity because they're seeking God.
Thank you, bro.
Oh, by the way, the girl that you showed us, the last one, I also failed to mention how she was faithful from the very beginning. She was struggling. She was sexually confused, but she was faithful. She had a belief in God from an early age on,
which led her back.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Your All Holiness, Catholicos and Patriarch of Georgia, Ilia II, Eυλόγησον Despota, I ask your blessing. Highly esteemed and deeply respected brothers, Levon and Alan and Larry, such a joy to be here in Georgia, and I'm so deeply grateful to have this invitation to speak. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, in the United States, as was...
Oh, I'm done with this video. All right, let's call it a day. No, I'm just kidding.
my father and his father before him. Los Angeles is the birthplace of the LGBT revolution. Los Angeles is the international center for homosexual propaganda and activism, the leading producer of its literature, the primary source of its media, the location of its religious iteration in the so-called gay church, and the center of its financial base in Hollywood. More gay and lesbian institutions have been started in Los Angeles than anywhere else in the world. AIDS was first discovered at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles, wiping out what was for gays a golden age of so-called sexual freedom. Los Angeles was the site of the first homosexual uprising in history, 10 years before the Stonewall riots in New York City. And it was there that the first so-called gay pride parade was held in 1966.
I just got to point out, yeah. So basically, I love the fact that he pointed out, Hollywood, LA, the West Coast, all hubs of of media, the greatest media hub in the world. Computer systems, in fact, Silicon Valley, cell phone technology, internet. I mean, how many major platforms come right out of California or based out of California? So, yeah, I mean, and how much influence has that stuff had over the world, and how much control, as we saw in the lockdown?
Yeah, exactly. They certainly put their money where their mouth was.
Or it's funny you say that, because California is one of the most financially depleted states. They're always looking for a bailout, yet they house some of the most richest people in the world. Figure that one out.
Well, they pretend it, but the money goes underground and it goes into businesses like these where they can promote anti-Christian, demonic ideologies.
Well said.
A few months before I was born. At that time, the gays dragged a 20-foot papier-mâché phallus down Hollywood Boulevard, truly an expression of the idol of their devotion. I stand before you today, dear friends, as someone who has lived through the revolution a revolution more disturbing to the norms of human civilization than perhaps any other revolution. When I was born, the Los Angeles Police Department was making thousands of annual arrests of homosexual men for public sodomy and fellatio in our city parks and public bathrooms.
Wow.
There's a long and consistent history of unusual bathroom use in the LGBT community that has consistently endured. Even a sitting US Congressman, Larry Craig, was arrested in 2007 for soliciting homosexual sex in the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. Today,
just so you get it, you got male prostitutes. That means soliciting.
Yeah,
males.
Gigolos.
Yeah, like the one. What's his name? Oh boy, I forgot his name now. Woo! Yeah, he played a movie, American Gigolo, and all the other movies. Oh, I can't think of his name. Brain fart. That's all right. Anyway, whatever.
there are digital apps that guide homosexual men to particular bathrooms for sexual acts throughout the airports and other public places in America. Keep that history in mind when you
Richard Gere, sorry.
hear about the contemporary debates about the so-called transgendered bathroom bills. That is a history no one is talking about. Hollywood in the early 1960s, though already deeply corrupted by sexual anarchy, was still submitting movie scripts to bishops and priests for approval, for moral evaluation before going to screen production. At that time, in the late 60s, still 75% of American homes were occupied by married couples, husbands and wives, fathers and mothers to our children. Most of the United States had anti-sodomy laws. Los Angeles had its own ordinance against cross-dressing. California's law code referred to homosexuality as the infamous crime against nature. How ironic that in these few decades now, the only infamy is to consider homosexuality an infamous crime.
Yep.
Americans just a short while ago knew that sex could be unnatural, that perversion existed and was unhealthy, and that it was never purely private, and that it had tremendous public consequences.
Perversion.
That was 50 years ago.
The word.
They are. They're perverts. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's literally to the letter.
Yeah.
It is described as pervert. They go, you can't call them that. I can, because that's what they're defined as, perverts.
Little as we showed at the beginning of the stream, definitively, literally, yeah, verbatim.
Today, California is transformed. It is the paradigmatic study for the radical rise and cultural ascendance of the Rainbow Revolution, and no one should ignore California's lessons, for they are being propagated around the globe today. What is the pattern of that revolution? In 1953, One magazine, the first gay journal, began publication. In 1958, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that homosexual magazines were no longer violations of the anti-obscenity Comstock law. In 1955, the One Institute of Homophile Studies began offering courses, holding an annual conference, and publishing a journal. UC Berkeley taught its first undergraduate courses in gay and lesbian studies in 1970. By 1972, the first queer studies program was launched at San Francisco City College. These were the first gay studies programs in the world and have since spawned numerous gay and lesbian study programs at secular universities. Harvard University endowed the first chair for gay and lesbian studies in 2009.
Chair, that means like a whole department or whole school dedicated to it.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. All right. So I've got a lot to say about that. Again, bringing up how I applied for university jobs, and on the job application, I had to categorize myself in certain ways as to the degree of my gender fluidity, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So I don't understand how that was legal. I mean, that was really unconstitutional. Yet these people are the ones, the they them crowd are the ones that are breaking the Constitution and breaking and obliterating our rights in every way.
LGBT activists in the mid-20th century identified three major obstacles to the legitimization of homosexuality: the law, the mental health profession, and the churches. And upon these three obstacles, the movement fixed its gaze. It became more aggressive, organized guerrilla tactics, staged lesbian and gay kiss-ins in public, disrupted professional conferences of psychologists, especially those studying reparative therapy, and disrupted church services. And this aggressive LGBT activism was successful. In 1973, the American Psychological Association removed homosexuality from its list of pathologies. In 1975, all California laws against consensual homosexual acts were revoked. Having altered law and having altered psychology, the remaining obstacle was opposition in the churches.
Yeah. And DSM-5 was changed repeatedly in that regard, but it was never upgraded. And among other things that they changed in the DSM-5.
Yeah.
But they never called it DSM-6, which I find intriguing because they love to use that number 6 and everything else. So
yeah, true.
Religious opposition to the legitimization of sodomy remained and remains the bane of the LGBT movement. Roman Catholics, evangelical Protestants, Orthodox Christians, and Mormons, by far constituting the great majority of religious believers in the United States, remain dogmatically opposed to the legitimization of sodomy and committed to the support of the traditional family. Proving unable to intimidate believers, the LGBT movement turned its gaze to a full-throttled attempt at marginalization of America's traditional faith communities. Suppression and social ostracizing are the tactics today in the promotion of what is the most intolerant movement born in my country.
Yep.
Again, yeah, including not only not allowing you to get a job at a place, but firing you for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You got fired. What did you get fired for? Oh, apparently I'm a homophobic. So you get labeled as that, and then you don't get a job elsewhere. It's just like,
yeah, I think it was Ben Stein did a documentary, "No Intelligence Allowed," or something like that effect, about intelligent design. Anybody who believed and defended it was ostracized professionally, and this was, in the early 2000s. So, but yeah, anyways, I have my own reservations about that argument. But anyway, yeah.
A true celebration of intolerance. When the LGBT movement exploded on the scene in the 60s, its claim at that time was an appeal for societal tolerance. But any reasonable observer of LGBT literature, lifestyle, or parade display would conclude that the gay claim for tolerance is disingenuous. Gay literature over the course of decades in both academic and popular genres decried traditional marriage as patriarchal, chaste marital sexuality as sexual repression, and religious opposition to sodomy as base bigotry.
And speaking of which, yeah, even as a student, you were being oppressed, even by, again, in American universities, quote unquote theology, Christianity was only allowed to be taught in the School of Philosophy, in other words, theoretics. Or in some cases literature, but still arguably theoretics. And you would get, in those schools of philosophy, you would get reprimanded, grades even, for defending Christianity. In fact, you were encouraged and prompted to be atheist and, denounce Christianity. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this was before the movie came out. God is Dead. Those movies, yeah.
It was in the paper, wasn't it? Was it the New York Times? They written it, God is dead?
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, exactly. It was based on the real events, but I'd experienced that myself years before those events. So it's been, I'm saying it's not just a one instance of one person experiencing it and they wrote a book and movies and all that. I'm trying to demonstrate that it took place with a lot of, or at least some more than just that one instance in other universities. In fact, I've been the past couple of decades a professional student. I've been through several universities throughout the United States and abroad. And I'm here to tell you every single institution, including one that was a theological institution, employed these same tactics.
Yeah.
Theirs was not a call for tolerance. Theirs was a call for the overthrow of traditional religious and civilizational norms for family, sex, and law. Gay pride parades provide a prism through which to understand the movement's angst. These parades feature, amongst other grotesque displays, a troupe of dancing gay men dressed in nothing but G-strings from the waist down and as Catholic nuns in full habit from the waist up. They call themselves the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. And they don't just walk in parades in front of politicians and CEOs. They enter churches. They disrupt liturgies. They defile holy things. They stand in communion lines and they commit sacrilege. Does that sound to you, friends, like tolerance? Extremist provocation is what it is. In 1976, Los Angeles officially established Gay Pride Week, and it has since become not just a state, but a national commemoration. These are the new holy days of the secularists, and the movement has its new icons as well. California has made May 22nd Harvey Milk Day to be celebrated in its public schools, and the LGBT activists have established gay-straight alliances on the majority of our high school campuses. The goal is the overthrow of traditional marriage and family life and the essential restructuring of society.
Yep, nailed it. Essential restructuring of society. I mean, and this is not just America, this is worldwide. I could speak a good bit about that. But even in Greece, where, I encourage everyone to look up this Henry Kissinger quote when the island of Cyprus, okay, the occupied Greek island of Cyprus, which they've officially made an independent nation somehow. It's an occupied island of Greece, occupied by Muslims. When that was going on and being discussed by the quote-unquote international community, Henry Kissinger said this about the Greeks. There are stubborn people. To break them, well, he didn't use the word break, but close enough. I'm paraphrasing here, of course. You have to undermine their culture, their religion. I encourage you to look that up. This was in around 1980, give or take. So yeah, I mean, I've been to a university in Greece, and I've seen. I was taking night courses there, and I've seen a group of, let's say, militant dykes come out of a meeting and just look at me like I was the enemy. I was like, "Oh, what the heck is going on here?" The next class that I took, we were being taught, and I was in a group where future teachers were being formed for the nation of Greece, being taught all these liberal, insane stuff, including Noam Chomsky and all kinds of other stuff, Karl Marx and all that. Anyway, and so they were being taught things like heteroism, quote unquote, heteroism is a bad thing. Heteroism. That was years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard of the word heteroism? You might have these days. But that was being weaponized in universities, these commie Nazi gulags. Years ago, even in a Christian nation. No, they don't worship Zeus. A Christian nation of 2,000 years like Greece.
Having victory in the media, in medicine, in psychiatry, in the law courts, and on the secular campuses, the LGBT lobby is now pressing for the suppression of dissent. The new immorality has been legislated, and all opposition must be silenced. Currently, the State Assembly of California is debating AB 1888, an atrocious bill that would strip California's Christian colleges and universities of any ability to receive federal and state financial aid unless they endorse same-sex marriage, and would expose these academic institutions to crippling discrimination litigation. The sodomization of California was and is an anti-democratic imposition.
Okay. Yeah, again, to reinforce that, I was also invited to be part of the recertification process of a state university in the States. And I'm not going to say which one. At any rate. And so seeing behind the scenes how people from that school of philosophy that I mentioned, teaching theology, Christianity, were treated just for wanting to bring up the topic of what they teach and what's going on. All they want to do is bring it up. And they were being yelled at. The administrators were red in the face, yelling at them, don't you even talk about it. This was a public university. The alleged framers of freedom and open-mindedness and inclusiveness and all these, nonsensical things, treating people, academics like that, adults, professionals. Yeah. Let's continue.
A majority of our citizens rallied against this to promote State Propositions 6, 22, and 8. All were designed to protect traditional marriage. And unable to bear the rebuke of democracy, the LGBT movement found support from our new national oligarchs, that is, our activist judges, to eviscerate the will of the people, and all state laws banning same-sex marriage were overturned last year in 2015. Today, the USA has a national ambassador for the promotion of sodomy, and it uses the LGBT agenda as a litmus test for granting humanitarian aid and military intelligence against terrorism to needing nations. How far we have fallen. Here is but a summary of a volcanic movement that has succeeded far beyond the imagination of its founders. A blitzkrieg of social upheaval, an outbreak of societal insanity, an explosion of vulgarity and perversion unheard of in the history of the West that makes the barbarian invasions of the 5th to the 9th centuries, popularly known as the Dark Ages, look timid.
Wow, that's quite the illustration, isn't it? I like this guy. My kind of people.
It is the withdrawal of grace from a culture, the descent of the plague of impenetrable darkness, the 9th plague on ancient Egypt at the hand of Moses, the God-seer, upon the contemporary West. When will this degrading ideology crumble? This ideology is a cultural and religious iconoclasm. The homosexual political agenda is anti-religion and anti-civilization at its core. There is no precedent in any religion or civilization for defining marriage as between two persons of the same sex or legitimizing same-sex eroticism. Such violent iconoclasm does not just hold in contempt classical religious and political philosophy, but it disdains and it claims superiority over all the great religions of the world. Not just rejecting Judaism and Christianity, but Buddhism and Islam as well. Buddhism rejects a lifestyle in which sexual pleasure, unhindered by the moral considerations of nature, fidelity, and chastity, is celebrated. Such attachment to sensual pleasure in Buddhist teaching is an obstacle to nirvana. Homosexuality is regarded as an impediment to acceptance into Buddhist monasticism.
The Dalai Lama, though, man, he was trying to go deep on that little boy, right? The hell? Did you guys catch the video? Yeah, I think I've got a clip of that. Yeah, I do have a clip of that on one of my shorts. Yeah, I do.
And the Dalai Lama has affirmed that sodomy is considered sexual misconduct in Buddhism. The Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path forbid unlawful sexual acts, including sodomy, as the misuse of nature. And the LGBT movement recoils at the consideration that moral law governs sexual acts at all.
If only he knew what was about to happen.
Yeah.
This was in 2017, which was a few years before the incident.
Islam condemns sodomy as both a sin and a crime. Surah 7 castigates men who lust after other men instead of women and brands such persons degenerates. Muhammad is recorded as ordering the execution of anyone practicing sodomy. If you find anyone doing as Lot's people did, kill the one who does it and the one to whom it is done. It's reported in the Hadith. The sacred texts of Judaism present...
What kind of cut was that? Did you guys see that? There's some editing there.
Yeah, well...
There's a major gap. Someone cut out something pretty big.
Yeah, it would have been another hadith or another surah, probably. That they wouldn't have wanted, because obviously, if it touches on Islam, you know, they would have been attacked. The Orthodox get attacked anyway, but, you know, it would have been a bigger attack.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's Orthodox, so he's got to be aware of the reality of Islam. And I'm wondering if it was the editor that cut out.
It wouldn't have been him, of course. It wouldn't have been him. He's a very good speaker. In fact, he speaks on his own channel. I think he's on Patristic Nectar. He is a very good Orthodox teacher, if you like, on YouTube. I like him very much. Very good. Very good.
Father Josiah Trenham. All right.
Yeah, he is really good.
Sodomy as such an offense to heaven that the fires of hell appeared ahead of time and consumed Sodom in the flames. Moses, the God-seer, forbids sodomy in the Pentateuch as a sin and a crime. Quote, "You shall not lie with a male as one lies with a female. It is an abomination." Leviticus 18:22. Jesus Christ, our Savior, not only reaffirmed Moses' legislation against sodomy in his famous Sermon on the Mount, he also reaffirmed the terrifying position of the homosexual city of Sodom on the day of judgment and pressed the law of chastity, calling upon his followers to be free not just of unnatural sexual acts, but of perverse sexual thoughts. St. Paul called same-sex erotic attraction unnatural affections, an evidence of a depraved mind. And to approve these acts, he says, is to abandon God. Not even pre-Christian Greco-Roman society, so abused in gay apologetics, could bear with sodomy. Socrates abhorred it, and Greco-Roman society never conceived of undermining the normative definition of marriage as a union between a man and a woman with the intention of bringing forth and raising children. Classical society held in contempt the notion that whatever is done privately by consenting adults has no impact upon the stability of the city itself. Classical society knew that private sexual anarchy is never ultimately private and always has a detrimental impact upon societal health and virtue.
I gotta jump in with that. As I was telling you earlier, unfortunately, and I'm going to put an emphasis on UN. Unfortunately, the influences, we know where it comes from. We've stated in this video. Again, I argue it's California. You just made the case for me, something I've been saying for a long time, for years and years, about California and what it produces and how corrupt it is and how much influence it's had on the world. But all right, all that being said, all the excuses, let's get to it. Greece is now the first nation in Europe,
Yeah.
or first Orthodox nation anyway, not the first nation, the first Orthodox nation, that has its government has now forcing the church in Greece to allow gay marriage, which of course is a problem. I mean, they're fighting back on that. But the problem here, people, is that in Greece, the government pays the salaries of clergy. So we've got a major problem.
Yep.
And the recent communist government of Greece, Syriza, which was really popular in the news, in the Western news, they had already really slashed down on Greek clergy, on salaries and all that, basically trying to weed them out economically. So now they've passed this nail in the coffin, where now you either abide or you're breaking the law. Okay? You either, as this priest just put it, I mean, to approve sodomy is to turn away from God. They're forcing the clergy in Greece, as of a month ago, to turn away from God or else. Major problem, people. Please pray for Greece, for the clergy, and the global eruption that we're now being forced to have because people are done keeping their mouth shut, turning a blind eye, and allowing this vileness, this commie Nazi paganism.
Yeah.
Eros was understood as a dangerous god, never to be given free rein, and sexual desire is never judged simply innocent of itself, nor justified by having love as its object. Both the object itself and the desire must be legitimate. They must always conform to nature and moral virtue, or else wreak destruction in private and public. Plato is clear. There is no such thing as safe sex if sex is against nature. So here is the essence of the conflict, my friends. It is the LGBT versus the JCIB. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism. Gay propaganda throws such classical wisdom to the wind without a thought, nor a reference, as though it never existed, as though these religious traditions do not possess the hearts of the great majority of the world's populations. They want civilizations to reorient themselves, overthrowing millennia of wisdom to embrace the legitimization of sodomy and to crown it with the august dignity of the title marriage. Such a cultural redefinition of marriage is suicidal. I have lived in the heart of the LGBT revolution.
I just got to say, he said the S word. But metaphorically, it's a metaphor.
And I have witnessed my nation disgrace itself before God and men. And my counsel to beloved Georgians is this: stand firm in your faith against the LGBT revolution. Do not give in, or your cities will become like San Francisco, where there are 80,000 more dogs in the city limits than there are children. Tell the LGBT tolerance tyrants, this lavender mafia, these homo fascists, these rainbow radicals.
Damn! He said homo fascists. What? Sorry?
Rainbow radicals. Gotta use that one. By the way, guess what? I'm just reserving my seat for Speaker's Corner for Sunday.
Oh boy, God bless you.
But I'm not going to take part. I'm going to cover it.
Yeah, just yeah, man.
I'm going to get both sides. So I'm going to make sure that I cover both sides and interview Muslims as well. But I'm going to try and wind them up a bit.
Pray for a brother, please. Stay grounded. Stay grounded, man.
You know me. I'm good.
Yeah, OPP. Yeah, you know me. Oh, sorry. Too much media.
You know me.
They are not welcome to promote their anti-religious and anti-civilizational propaganda in your nations. May God bless your courage, and may God protect your lands. Amen.
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 Yeah. Wow. What do you say after all that?
Yeah, well, not much really. There's not much you can say, but
we've kind of covered it all, haven't we? Come to think of it, yeah. But ended it on a good note. I think even though I'm Mr. Reality check with my wah wah moments, yeah, I mean, yeah, great note. Look, it's not just rhetoric. I think sometimes to prove a positive, you can look at the negative to prove a positive. I'm going to argue that. I know a lot of people might disagree with that. I'm going to argue that. What I'm saying is that Christ is victorious, and a lot of people want to be ho hum. With all this craziness going on, how dare you say Christ is victorious? How dare you be oh, what are you, delusional? All these things. Look, patriotic Christian here has got a glimpse today of how I'm living. He's heard the story before. Now he's set eyes on it. So, but despite all these issues, and he still hasn't heard all of the issues, but he's heard a lot today. Despite all these issues, and I'm not. This is not rhetoric, people. I'm still, you see me in streams begging for money. That's not who I am. I'm not a shell. Believe me. I'm quite prideful. If anything, when it comes to that kind of flaw, ego gets in the way, actually. But yeah. Sorry?
Too much.
Too much. It's true. I can't deny it. But anyway, I'm working on that. But yeah, so yeah, beside all that, man, all the stuff that's going on, I'm still legitimately, from the bottom of my heart, thankful to God. Despite all the things I've been through and all the things I'm going through, in the future looking scary, through faith, I mean, I know I'm okay. I'm thankful for all the blessings I have. I'm doing things that I've wanted to do all my life since childhood, even to be a teacher, to write books, to live in a family home, which I'm doing now. All these things are things that I didn't really pursue too much, maybe writing the books thing a little bit. But I was put in a situation, in fact, led into a situation, if not coerced or forced even into a situation, where these things were facilitated or allowed or came to fruition, whether, I pursued them or not. And I didn't. I really didn't. Outside of arguably book writing, and again, I was given an opportunity to finally do that. So that was also a blessing. Glory be to God. A wretch like me. You guys hear I speak. My pejoratives are abundant. I can't help myself. I'm a wretch. I'm a sinner. I fall short. I backslide. I had a calling 20 years ago. I've talked about this in other streams. I've had a calling, and I botched that up. I've turned on my back on God when it came to that, not only once, but twice. Yet, God still loves me. Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison.
There's hope. That's my point.
Yep. Definitely.
All right. I think, without intending, I think that was probably my last closing thoughts. Come to think of it, I think I want to leave it at that.
Yeah.
What about yourself?
Well, I think we've done 5 hours, 13 minutes on this one, and I mean, I don't know how many views was on this one. I mean, the past 2 streams we've got over 3,000 views, which has been incredible. I think that's mainly because Tommy Robinson's name was in the title. But of course, my subscribers have gone up again, so it's gone up to 1.4K.
Cool.
Which is it's growing every day, which is absolutely amazing. So we do want to hit that 10K milestone. So guys, don't forget, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe, and also please like and subscribe to Nico's channel if you can click on that one. and there's some amazing streams on there that we've covered. There's plenty of content on both our channels, both interesting, very, let's say, eye-opening, and also you get the funny side, which, you know, you've seen my entrance earlier. If you haven't, then go back to when I joined in like the first 15 minutes of the stream. You'll enjoy that.
You know what I'm going to say about that?
Brilliant! 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 Brilliant!
So yeah, you know, we try and keep everything as entertaining as we possibly can. And you know, I think with what happened on last week, going to Tommy Robinson's event, covering that, and then getting, you know, 5 times the amount of subs, that's making me want to go and cover Speaker's Corner and go and do some vlogging. But you know, I don't, like I said in the stream, I don't like the idea of what it's for, because I think it's too soon. But apart from that, I'm going to go and cover it because I know it'll help my channel. I know it'll give you guys an idea of what Speaker's Corner actually looks like, and I'm going to try and get it. So I am going to speak to the Muslims as well. You know, once I've made sure that the dog's looked after and I can go over and stuff like that, I'll sort that out. But yeah, it'd be no problem. I want to go and expose some hadiths, and I want to show you guys their reaction of how they react when you just simply cite their own verses from their own cult. And you'll see why it's very important that freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and everything that goes with it is important for our nations. And that doesn't just go with Islam. That goes with this stuff as well. This LGBTQ BS. It is BS. These, what did he call it? Radical
rainbow?
The radical rainbow people. The radical rainbows. So, you know, it's the same as that. You know, we can't, as well as Islam, as well as the 2-tier policing system, we also need to march and stand and unite against this wokery as well. This is the main thing. When I say wokery, that covers it all: the silence and the cancelling, you know, this stuff that's indoctrinating and brainwashing children's minds. It's, you know, it's disgusting. As we've shown you some of the videos, what they're teaching children. You can be a boy one day, and then your gender's not a thing no more. It's not what's between your legs anymore. It's how you feel. And we all know facts don't care about feelings. They don't. They don't. Facts are facts. And we used to live a life where statistics used to show you things. And we used to go by statistics. Now we're hiding them. And we're hiding them for a reason, because of people's feelings. Everything now in the Western culture is now based around people's feelings, and if they're offended or triggered. We got to stand up, show our conquers, and put our differences aside. So, and when I mean differences, for us Christians that are watching the channel, it doesn't matter whether you're Pentecostal, Evangelical, Catholic, Lutheran, Methodist, Baptist, whatever sect you belong to, it doesn't matter. Even if you're a Mormon, Unitarian, I don't care. If you're against all what we're against, we put those differences aside and we stand together.
Amen.
Me and my brother here, we're Orthodox, but we don't condemn any of you guys. We don't judge any of you guys. We're here to bring you the same stuff. What you're against is what we're against. If you're part of the LGBTQ stuff, then you don't belong here. This is not the channel to be. And I will shut you down, and I will delete you off. Even if you're subscribed, I'll get rid of you. It's not a problem. But seriously, we got to, those differences and other differences that we may have, we got to put aside and stand against this nonsense so it stops. Because if we don't, before long, everything that we used to know of this country will be gone. And our children and their children and their children will never ever see or experience the amazing freedoms that we have today. So we need to make sure that we get this right.
Amen.
So yeah, I think that's the closing thoughts on that, guys. You've had plenty of clips and videos today showing you all sorts. So, and this was just a quick stream that we literally about 7 hours ago were thinking, what should we do a stream about? And we put it together, just boom, live out there. Here you go, video.
Yeah.
You know, we're getting pretty good at this now, aren't we?
Yeah, it's great. It's awesome. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, God bless you for all you do, and I'm glad you agreed to team up with me and do this kind of thing. And and in fact, I think it was even your idea. Come to think of it, I was hoping you would do this, but I think you're the one that reached out to me. So
yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can either do this or I can sit and mope around. I don't fancy moping. I mean, obviously, I've got a few problems going on at home. If there's any single ladies out there, give us a shout. Too soon.
So if you have the strength for it, man, God bless you. I just I got to get mine together before I bring anyone else in my life. I don't want to bring anyone else in my messy, crazy life right now.
I give big, great cuddles. No,
I encourage that. If I meet someone that I think is a good fit for you, I'll let you know. I'll appreciate it.
I need to focus on my relationship with Christ.
Amen.
Seriously, that's the only relationship I need to start working on now. So I don't know if you guys have took the hint, but yeah, I've basically had a 3-year relationship breakdown, unfortunately. But like I say, that things happen for a reason, and I totally believe that God won't let anything bad happen to me. So no matter how sad I may be on the inside, I also know that God's got a plan. So whatever it is, this is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. And that's and that takes faith. Usually most men that would be going through this would be sat there crying their eyes out, threatening to kill themselves, doing whatever. Not me. Because I know I've got that faith, because I know, not just believe, but know that God will, this is for a reason. So there we go.
Yeah, thank you for that. Again, prayers for our brother here at difficult times. Again,
you don't need your prayers, man.
Okay. Is that a St. Peter moment? Walking on the water? You don't need God anymore?
Your prayers.
For Francis Bull, he's public about the struggles that he's having. Please, above all else, healing will be wonderful. Salvation above all else. And, why not while you're at it, throw one up for me. I'm such a mess. Throw a prayer up that I, get it together.
And guys, please see the link that's shared. Help my brother Nico with his GoFundMe.
Oh yeah, for a new computer. That would be a huge help. If you can.
No, just do it. Dig deep.
If I had 12 more, like you're saying, a dozen more, like give the gospel, man. Like thank you. I mean, she's funded about nearly 10% on her own. I mean, it's
really,
it's humbling, man. Yeah, it's humbling. Thank you so much. There's no words.
I'll help as and when I can. You know that.
Yeah.
When I start getting monetized for my YouTube, then I'll take care of you, dude.
Yeah, I need to help you do that. Yeah, so I can move in. Once you get 10 to 20,000, I'm moving in your place, man. I'm living in your basement.
Yeah, I haven't got a basement. I'll have to make one like Fred and Rose West did. If you don't know who they are, Google them.
No, right. Just send me a link. I'm curious now.
Oh no, don't actually. You ain't gonna like. They lived basically. They were a couple that lived in a town that I was born in, which is yeah, it was called Gloucester, and they lived down this road called Cromwell Street, and they had this house, and basically they even did naughty things to their
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, they then they started kidnapping children.
Oh, you're kidding me. Oh man.
And then they buried them under the floorboards and
Oh,
between the walls.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yep. Yeah, it was pretty. They were well known over here in the UK. They're the notorious, very notorious Fred and Rose. Yeah, but like I said, there's no basement digging here.
Yeah.
But yeah, 10,000. If I get 10,000 subs, I suppose the next milestone then will be the 100, because that's when you get the placard, the silver placard, don't you? You get the YouTube.
I don't know, but I think in a couple of thousand, some whatchamacallits, people will start approaching you about ads. So that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's still true anymore or not, but that's what I've heard.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
So
wonder
yeah,
what they'll be trying to get me to advertise. Quran.
Who knows?
Help me build this masjid, brother.
Yeah. Give to Allah, the one Thaddeus plays all the time. Oh boy. All right. So what do you say? We call it a wrap up with a prayer?
Yeah.
All right. You want to do it in English and me in Greek?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Πάτερ ημών ο έντης ουρανής, αγιστείτε το όνομά σου, εδώτε η βασιλεία σου, γεννηθείτε το θέλημά σου, ως ουρανών και επί της γης. Τον άτομο ημών την οποία σου δώσουμε σήμερον, και άφησε με το οφλήματα ημών, ως και εμείς αφήμεν τους φυλάτους ημών. Και εμείς ενέγγισε εμάς πειρασμών, αλλά ηρύσε εμάς από το πληρό. Ονόματι Πετρή και Υιό και Πνεύματι και νυν και αΐν και εις ώρας των όρων. Αμήν.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, here on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever, ages to ages. Amen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you again, everyone, for your support. God bless you. Remember, blessed are those who endure to the end. Take care. God bless.
God bless.